Xiao was taken aback. Mu Jie's eyes were staring at him like a venomous snake, and they were extremely sharp. Not only that, everyone around looked shocked, but most of them were suspicious, and most of them were just looking on with disdain. Xiao, on the other hand, was shocked. There is such a magical eye technique in the world? Isn't it even more powerful than the Eye of Truth of the Neptune clan? He suppressed the shock in his heart, forced a smile, and said, Lord Mu Jie is too kind. Profound level weapons and magical powers, I am indeed capable, but they are not as exaggerated as what Lord Mu Jie said. Mu Jie's expression turned suspicious. Her eyes turned gray once again, and 5 lights were reflected in her turbid eyes. 3 gold and 2 purple, there's no mistake, he said. The purple chi rushing into the sky is the highest phenomenon that my wondrous spirit eyes can see. Ever since my spirit eyes were formed, I've never seen anything like it. Little brat, this old man is very interested in your profound level weapons and divine abilities. The gray light in his eyes dissipated and he regained his clarity. With a flash, the figure disappeared from where he was and reappeared directly on the huge jade pillar where Xiao was standing. Although 3 people were standing on it, it still looked very wide. Yen was shocked. He shouted warily, What are you doing? Mu Jie looked at him with disdain and said, Cultivation base, profound level weapon, and divine power. The 3 lights are gold, the flesh is brown, and the consciousness is green. Although it's not bad overall, it's still trash in my eyes. Yan's body trembled. When Mu Jie spoke, an unrivaled, vast aura surged over and suppressed him, making him unable to move. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face turned pale. Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a smile, Is it really good for Lord Mu Jie to bully the weak like this? I'm also very interested in your wondrous spirit eyes technique. He, Mu Jie chuckled and said, You're indeed not simple to be able to remain so calm under my aura. But this old man really wants to see what the profound level weapons and magical powers of the purple chi soaring into the sky look like. Boom! The air around them exploded, and Mu Jie's aura condensed, almost materializing into a pillar of strong wind that blasted directly at Xiao. Xiao's face flickered, and his eyes flashed with anger. It was too rude and arrogant for the other party to beat him up. However, when he thought of the other party's identity, he could only sigh helplessly. It seemed that such a stupid character flowed in the blood of the Mu family. Who asked him to be targeted by such an idiot? Bang! The astral wind pillar hit Xiao directly, shattering his body into countless green lights and making him disappear before his eyes. It's azure lightning. Mu Jie was taken aback. She looked up and saw Xiao's figure in a ball of lightning 100 feet away, staring at her coldly. He grinned and said, He. The thunderbolt transformation technique of the Jiang family of the Red Moon City is indeed a top magical power, but it's not as good as the light of purple clouds soaring into the sky. Xiao's face was cold as he said, Mu Jie, are you really going to fight me? His tone carried a hint of anger and threat. Circles of elemental energy rippled from his body, and his aura grew stronger. The surrounding people were all shocked and revealed suspicious expressions. Although they did not believe the 5-colored light that Mu Jie had mentioned, Xiao's thunderbolt transformation had lit up their eyes, and they did not look down on him anymore. This place is not suitable for fighting. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice was heard. It was Duanmutsang. She had appeared beside the jade pillar at some point, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Xiao. That's right. Don't destroy the altar here and ruin the big plan. Yuan Hai's figure flickered and appeared on the jade pillar in an instant. He also gave Xiao a look of surprise. Mu Jie was silent for a moment before she replied, All right, but don't go, kid. I must find out what that purple chi is all about. Xiao's face twitched, and his eyes flickered with anger. But, on second thought, his anger dissipated and he returned to his usual calm. Is the wondrous spell spirit I cultivated by Lord Mu Jie, the small wheel 3-phase life transformation wondrous spell spirit eye? Duanmutsang asked. Young Lady Tsang also knows of this technique? Mu Jie was startled. Duanmu Tsang's beautiful eyes flickered and finally revealed a look of surprise. I was just casually guessing. I didn't expect it to be true. This technique has already surpassed the 9th rank and is truly a divine technique. What? The surrounding people were all shocked, revealing a look of horror. They were all martial emperor powerhouses of the 9 heavens realm. Naturally, they understood what a divine skill was. Dark North Yuan Hai's expression also changed drastically. His eyes widened and flickered with uncertainty. Yun Xiao was also greatly shocked, and his mind raced. He seemed to have heard of the name Small Will 3-Phase Life Transformation Magical Spirit Eye, but he could not recall it for the time being. Ha ha ha! Mu Jie sensed everyone's shock and horror and laughed complacently. She stroked her beard and humbly said, Young Lady Tsang is indeed knowledgeable. This technique is indeed a divine technique of the 10 directions, but it's still a bit disdainful. But I haven't fully mastered it. It's just an incomplete technique. It's far from the real spirit eyes of the Small Wheel 3 Phases Life Transformation. He said honestly. I see. What a pity. Duanmu Tsang sighed. Although it's an incomplete technique, it's still enough to be unrivaled in the world. Mu Jie's expression changed slightly as she said proudly. Everyone's face darkened. This guy seemed to be the most afraid that others didn't know how powerful he was. He was just short of writing, I'm very powerful on his face. That's true. Even though it's just an incomplete technique, it's still extremely powerful. The MU family's foundation and strength can't be underestimated, Duanmu Tsang said. Hee. When Mu Jie heard the praise, she immediately beamed with joy. Only then did the Dark North Primordial Sea understand this person's temperament. He also smiled and praised. This old man's horizons have been broadened today. If you don't mind, you are always welcome to visit the Biming family. We will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. Haha. Well said, well said. Mu Yu was grinning from ear to ear. She felt that she had displayed the MU family's elegance and was a little confused. The surrounding people were speechless. They only felt that this person's magical power was powerful. But his mind was simple. He wasn't a difficult person to deal with, and he could be taken down with just a few words. It was only then that Duanmu Tsang turned his eyes to Yun Xiao in the sky and said, I'm also curious about your identity. Although I have some guesses, I'm not sure. My identity is not surprising, Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. Lord Tsang, you'd better focus your mind and energy on these altars. It was said that the Duanmu family's divination techniques were unparalleled in the world. They could see through the currents of time and space and peer into the past and the future. Could it be that they couldn't even divine the strangeness of this place? The rumors are too exaggerated. The crowd's hearts trembled as they looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. He had actually spoken to Duanmu Tsang in such a way. One must know that the Duanmu family had always been extremely mysterious. Outsiders knew very little about them. Even the 7 superpowers did not know much about the Duanmu family. The only thing he knew was that this aristocratic family had extremely powerful divination abilities, and Duanmu Youyu was one of the 10 titled martial sovereigns. Duanmu Tsang did not get angry. He said indifferently, the rumors in the outside world are indeed exaggerated, and the art of divination is a heaven-defying act, so it must be punished by the heavens. Even for us, we're very careful every time we spy on the heavenly fortune, and we don't dare to rashly spy on it. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he thought of Water Fairy's mother, the wife of the Ocean Emperor Poron. She had lost her life because she had peeked at the heavenly fate, and now she was only alive because of a 7-star lamp. Tai Shu Xie Ting's sigh could be heard. The great Tao is boundless, and people are like ants. The heavens are endless. Who can see everything? Who would dare to peek? Everyone fell silent. The atmosphere seemed to have become a little depressing. All of them were powerhouses of the present age. Those who could step into the realm of the 9 heavens martial sovereign had all kinds of opportunities, talents, and perseverance. However, they were all deeply moved by the long journey of martial arts. The Dark North Yuan Ocean was also touched, and it was even more so for 9-star martial sovereigns like them. The first move of the 3 moves from beyond the heavens was, "My life is limited, while Tao is boundless." Yunxiao's heart trembled. The word dare made his heart palpitate. He remembered what the Ocean Emperor had told him about ancient God Maha. The 3,000 great Taos had condensed into words, but they were not accepted by a world, and in the end, they exploded and disappeared. Duamu Tsang smiled and said, "I order Shi to be together with Jie Shi. Please do not be hasty. The road is long and I will search up and down." Taishu Xieting laughed. "Lord Song is open-minded and ambitious. You are a role model for our generation." Duanmu Tsang chuckled. "Lord Xieting, you're making fun of me. Did you find anything after walking around?" Taishu Xieting's smile disappeared, and he said seriously, "It's indeed strange. There seem to be traces of overlapping space here." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed through them. Duanmu Tsang was also stunned. Then, he seemed to have come to a realization and said, "Overlapping space? If that's the case, then it makes sense that someone died and their body couldn't be found." "What?" The Dark North Primordial Sea was shocked. "My lord, you mean those dead people were dragged into another space? In that case, there really are living things here?" Everyone was shocked and could not help but gather around the altar, as if they could huddle together to keep warm. Taishu Xieting pondered and said, "I can't say for sure. After all, stacking spaces is an extremely advanced formation technique. Even though I can barely do it. However, even king-level leader Teng Guang would not be able to maintain such a complicated and energy-consuming formation for tens of thousands of years. What if there's a living creature that has been maintaining this array for tens of thousands of years?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked. "This swan and I is good." Taishu Xieting was stunned for a moment. His expression turned strange as he said, "Are there any living things that can live for tens of thousands of years without dying?" "This kind of living thing is not necessarily a real living person," Yun Xiao said. "It's not like it's alive." "Young Master Yun, do you know something?" Duanmu Tsang asked. Yun Xiao looked up at her and said, "Lord Song has indeed guessed my identity. I have indeed encountered something." "What?" Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were all focused on him. Yun Xiao explained what he had encountered before. As for how he had destroyed the carrion with a divine ability, he simply said that he had destroyed it with a fire elemental martial technique. Those zombies can't be destroyed, but they should be restrained by fire. There's actually such a thing. What? The Dark North Primordial Sea was shocked. By Zifeng's memorial tablet did shatter before. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? He shouted, glaring. Yun Xiao gave him an indifferent look and said, "Strange. Why should I tell you?" "Humph. There are really people in this world who don't want to live." Dark North Yuan Hai's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Don't think that I won't kill you just because Lord Song is here." Zhao Hao was shocked. He shouted, "Arg! He's Li Yunxiao." His voice was filled with shock and horror. Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao. Everyone was shocked and finally reacted. The one who was rumored to be godlike, with heaven-defying strength and a boundless arrogance. The #1 rising star in the world. Li Yunxiao. Mu Jie was startled. "So you're Li Yunxiao?" He had heard about Yunxiao before he left the MU family, and he could not help but look thoughtful. Yen was shocked. A sudden realization welled up in his heart. No wonder there was such a huge difference between him and the other party. His reputation was well-deserved. "What? Humph." Yun Xiao snorted and said, "Why are you all showing such faces? It's as if you know me." "I'm sorry, but I don't know you." Dark North Yuan Hai's pupils constricted as he shouted, "So, you are Li Yunxiao? It really didn't take much effort to get it." He clenched his fist, and a series of bone-cracking sounds rang out. A layer of faint ice clouds appeared around his fist. The space shrank and collapsed on the ice cloud, leaving countless wrinkles and terrifying black lines. The bodies of the people around the Dark North Primordial Sea seemed to have changed shape. Everyone from the Baiming family couldn't help but take a step back. Zhao Hao said in shock, "Lord Yuan Hai, just let me capture this brat." There's no need for you to personally do it. There's no time, said Baiming Yuanhai coldly. I'll take this kid down first and you can take him back to Baiming Dark Palace. You don't have to get involved in this matter. Jiao Hao was stunned and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Opportunities were so rare and he was about to miss it. He gave Yun Xiao a venomous glare, but he had no choice but to answer, yes. Duanmu Tsang was shocked. Lord Yuanhai, Lord Song, there's no need to say anything more. I must take this person. Dark North Yuanhai said coldly. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Are you going to surrender, or do you want to suffer a little? Is there a third option? Yun Xiao laughed. Is there a third option? For example, we can pretend that we don't know each other and continue to play happily together. Humph, this old master doesn't like people with glib tongues. It seems like you want to suffer a little. It's good for a young man to suffer a little more. Dark North Yuanhai's expression turned cold as he shouted and raised his fist. The ring of faint ice clouds rose and suddenly melted, illuminating the entire dome into an icy color. Frozen jade water. Dark North Yuanhai's eyes slightly narrowed as countless watercolored runes floated on his fist wind. All of a sudden, his arm rotated and he punched out. Boom! Countless shattering sounds in the sky were like the shattering of a glacier, and they entered everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The huge ice cloud layer in the sky shattered, and the light dimmed in an instant. An invisible stream of water turned into a tornado pillar and blasted toward Yun Xiao. Baiming Yuanhai's expression didn't change as rays of light bloomed from his body. He then made a hand seal and shouted, "Water clouds like cotton!" Countless ice crystals in the sky condensed, turned over, and fell on Yun Xiao like an avalanche. The crowd was shocked when they saw Yun Xiao being swallowed by the ice cloud in an instant. Yun Xiao was taken aback as well, and he was instantly caught in a huge vortex of power. He did not expect Yuanhai to be so fierce in his first attack. These two moves were actually one move, Jade Ice Water Cloud like cotton. The northern underworld Primordial Sea was afraid that he would die after one move, so he used them separately, reducing their power. Lord Yuanhai thinks too highly of me, using such a ruthless move right off the bat. Aren't you afraid of losing your demeanor? At the center of the ice cloud, Yun Xiao's clear voice came from within the swirling water. What? Everyone was shocked. Although they didn't expect this person to die so easily, his voice was powerful and resounded, as if he was doing it with ease. Dark North Yuanhai's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. Then, a ray of golden light bloomed from the ice layer, giving off a blinding light. It was like a lotus blooming in the depths of the sea of clouds. Boom! The entire layer of ice, with the water cloud vortex as the center, instantly collapsed. The power of the water cloud was the exact opposite. Under the power of the astral wind, it became even more violent. However, it changed its direction and blasted towards the dome of the sky. Not good. Several people gasped in surprise. The whirlpool water column borrowed the power of the astral wind and shot up to the sky like a rising dragon. Boom! The space trembled and the mountains shook. All kinds of huge rocks fell down one by one, and the entire mine cave was about to collapse. Damn it! The Dark North Primordial Sea was also shocked and furious. This space was within the mountain range of the Two-World Mountain, and the space above them was the surface of the mountain. He had also considered the safety of this place when he made his move, but he did not want Yun Xiao to use the force to attack him. Not only did Yun Xiao ingeniously pull him up to the dome, but his power also seemed to have multiplied. Duanmu Tsang's eyes flashed with a hint of blame as he said, "Lord Yuanhai, please work together and set up a barrier to cover this area." Yuanhai gave Yun Xiao a fierce glance and said, "All right, this old master will let this brat off for the time being. Everyone, attack together and protect this altar," he shouted. Apart from the members of the Baiming family, who were circulating their yuan qi and preparing to attack, the rest of the people's faces were ice-cold, and they were completely indifferent. Everyone had the same thoughts. This situation was caused by you, so why should everyone bear it together? Dark North Yuan Hai's face darkened and anger surged out as he looked around with his sharp eyes. Everyone who met his gaze hurriedly turned their heads away, completely ignoring him. Hee, I'm used to being a loner, and I don't have the habit of taking orders from others. The eyes of the Dark North Yuan Hai fell on a chubby old man in a red robe. The old man didn't dodge or retreat, but the corner of his mouth twitched and he said with a sneer. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He knew the old man as well. He was Bai Haodong, whom he had met at the auction in New Yen City. He didn't notice this person before, so he must have just entered. Zhao Hao seemed to have recognized Bai Haodong as well, and he hurriedly whispered into the ears of the Dark North Primordial Sea. The Dark North Yuan Hai's eyes became even gloomier as he stared at Bai Haodong with intense killing intent. At this moment, the dome was still collapsing, and large pieces of rocks were falling down. Not only that, the shock from the previous attack seemed to have damaged the surrounding mountain veins, and it seemed like the mountain was really going to collapse. Duanmu Tsong's eyes were filled with shock as he shouted. Once this place is destroyed, no one will get any benefits. I have an earth talisman that can create a barrier. Everyone just needs to put in some effort. Taishu Xieting said, the earth talisman can indeed suppress mountains and rivers. You only need to use power to maintain the talisman's light. Lord Song, please use it. Everyone had a look of support on their faces as they nodded continuously. Duanmu Song then pinched his fingers and a yellow talisman flew out from her palm, floating in the air. After that, her hands kept changing incantation gestures. The talisman suddenly emitted a bright light and instantly condensed into a dome-shaped barrier. It was hundreds of acres in size and fell from the sky. The wizardry barrier disappeared in a flash and disappeared into the surroundings. However, the entire mine became calm in an instant, and the feeling of collapse disappeared. The yellow talisman was still floating in the air, and the light on it was flashing, as if it could not hold on any longer. Let's do it together, Taishu Xieting said loudly. We only need to contribute less than half of our strength. He first cast a spiritual art, and with a surge of yuan power, it flew into the yellow talisman. Immediately, the yellow light became bright, and the various talisman paths on it could be clearly seen. At this time, everyone was too embarrassed to continue looking. In addition, less than half of his strength could be recovered in a few hours. If he took some medicinal pills, he could recover it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Immediately, dozens of incantations rose into the air and flew into the yellow talisman. Suddenly, the talisman shone with a brilliant light and disappeared into the void. The rocks on the dome were still cracking and collapsing, but the surrounding mountains had already stabilized. Only a few rocks had collapsed, but it did not affect their safety. Huge rocks kept falling, but as soon as they touched the power of the enchantment, the yellow light in the air dissipated and they were shattered into powder. Thousands of martial artists had already gathered on the 100 mu of flat land above the rock formation. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, they all flew up into the air and looked at the collapsing mountain valley with shock. There is no problem for now. Lord Yuan Hai, I hope that any grudges can wait until this matter is over. Duanmu Tsong looked at the Dark North Primordial Sea with a slightly reproachful look. His tone seemed to have an unquestionable aura. A trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the Dark North Yuan Hai before he returned to normal. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, All right, since Lord Song has spoken, I'll naturally give you this face. Duanmu Tsong's beautiful eyes looked around and said, The others are the same. I hope everyone can restrain themselves. Mu Jie suddenly raised her head and looked over. Her eyes were filled with a dense gray mist as she said, A strange phenomenon has appeared. Everyone's body trembled as they looked up at the sky. Apart from the collapsing rock formation, they couldn't see anything. Everyone looked at Mu Jie with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They knew that he had cultivated the wondrous spirit eyes technique, which allowed him to see through things. The Earth Talisman has already stabilized the mountain's ley lines, Taishu Xieting said. Why don't we just blow this layer of rock away? It's better to be careful. Just make a hole so that everyone can see the unusual phenomenon, Duanmu Tsong said. Feng sure. The Dark North Primordial Sea replied. Yes. Feng Shi immediately understood and walked out from behind the Dark North Primordial Sea. He took out his hands from behind him, and a silver light flashed, forming a dazzling silver spear in his hands. As the spear momentum rose, a silver brilliance streaked across the sky. Bang! 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 The silver light turned into countless spear shadows, each of which pierced through the rock layer and shot into the sky. The thousands of martial artists outside were in an uproar and were shocked. They scattered with a loud boom. Hundreds of holes instantly appeared on the rock layer, and the entire sky could be seen at a glance. Red silk rolled under the starry sky, and under the sudden appearance of purple light, the stars were brilliant, and the atmosphere was myriad. This is a Xianxia. It was the first time for many of them to see such a phenomenon, and they were all amazed. Such a vast scene makes one feel excited, the Dark North Primordial Sea said. But the strange thing is that you can only see it in this mountain valley. Once you leave the mountain, there is no such sight. Xianxia said. If that's the case, this strange phenomenon is indeed caused by this altar. The location of these strange phenomena is indeed the Black Turtle Star area. Everyone looked over. Where the phenomenon rose under the brightest starry sky, a huge turtle shadow could be vaguely seen. Combined with what Li Yunxiao said just now, it seems that the root of the problem is still in these altars, Wuxia said. Why don't we open one and see? Everyone fell silent, unable to come to a conclusion. "So now," Yunxiao said. "There are only 4 hours left before midnight, as Lord Song said. I suggest we wait. From what I can see so far, this place is dangerous." An old man snorted coldly. "Who knows if it'll be a blessing or a curse in 4 hours? If we open an altar now, we might be able to get a lot of information. If there's a disaster, we'll have a better plan." His words immediately resonated with many people. "I agree with young Master Yun." Duanmu Tsang frowned. Such an auspicious phenomenon is probably not a bad thing. Moreover, signing the prophecy also meant that an opportunity had arrived. As for whether it was a blessing or a curse, it would depend on one's luck. If we rashly destroy the altar now and cause the heavens to change, then it will really be a blessing or a curse. That's right. Lord Song's words are reasonable. Dark North Yuan Hai's gaze swept coldly, and he said in disdain, "Those who are afraid of death can leave first." Many people's expressions changed slightly. The old man from before pondered for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "This old man's judgment is that this place is ominous and not auspicious. Since you all insist on doing things your way, this old man will not accompany you any longer." He turned around and turned into a ray of light. Everyone looked at the light. Some were deep in thought, some were sneering, but most were indifferent. No one could see their expressions. Bai Haodong laughed coldly. "Who here has not fought their way out of countless life and death situations? In order to obtain the opportunity to advance, they have died countless times. Why would they care about this?" Everyone's expression turned cold. These words seemed to have a stimulating effect, and those uneasy hearts all calmed down. Suddenly, Yunxiao's face flickered. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the old man had fled. Then, he turned around and saw Xianxia looking at him with a surprised expression. "Did young Master Yunxiao notice it too?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded. "I've experienced it once before, so I'm naturally more sensitive." "Young Master is too modest," Xia said. "The person who left just now has been sucked into the overlapping space," he said with a grave expression. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Many people said, "Didn't he already leave? I clearly saw him disappear in a flash of light." Great Uncle Xia said, "That person ran to the edge of the altar and disappeared. It's very well hidden, and I wasn't sure before, but young Master Yun sensed it too, so it should be right. That man should be under attack at the moment," Yunxiao said. "Whether he can survive or not will depend on his strength." Yiyan's face turned pale. "That person only has the power of a 4-star martial emperor. From what we've seen before, he's most likely dead." Dark North Yuan Hai grabbed at the table, and dozens of spirit tablets flew up and floated in the air. Ka! Suddenly, a spirit tablet exploded. A name on it cracked open and lost all its spirit chi. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their faces turned extremely ugly. He's dead as expected. Dark North Yuan Hai nodded slightly and revealed a cold smile. If there are still people who are afraid of death, you can leave. Everyone's faces were pale, and no one said a word. Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how terrifying this region was, it was man-made. With the combined strength of everyone present, it was really difficult to find an opponent in the world. Fear comes from the unknown. When everything is clear, there's nothing to be afraid of. Indeed, Mu Jie chimed in. From what young Master Yun said, the corpse seems to be controlled by a strange corpse-rotting insect. This reminds me of a kind of corpse-controlling technique that uses corpse puppets. Corpse puppet. What? Yun Xiao frowned. Lord Mu Jie, do you mean that someone is controlling those zombies from behind the scenes? It must have been like this in the beginning, Mu Jie said. However, this old master doesn't believe that anyone can survive here for tens of thousands of years. So those corpse puppets must be unconscious right now and are only attacking and occupying people's bodies at will. Lord Mu Yu is too optimistic, Xieting said. We can't let our guard down no matter what. But there's no need to be too afraid. That's right. Everyone take a good rest. It's almost midnight, Duan Mutsong said. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and stood still in the air. A ray of light emitted from her body, making her look dignified and divine. Everyone quieted down and began to regulate their breathing. Under the beautiful starry sky, an ancient altar and a quiet space gave people a sense of peace. Just now, after the dome had trembled, some warriors flew in from time to time. They were all slightly surprised, but they all surrounded the crowd in silence. As soon as Yun Xiao entered a meditative state, he heard a faint, secret voice. Young Master Yun, do you have the confidence to leave the beaming dark palace safely? Mu Jie asked. Yun Xiao opened his eyes slightly and saw that Mu Jie's eyes were tightly shut, and her lips were not moving. Obviously, she was using a very powerful secret voice transmission. Sir, what do you mean by this? He asked, puzzled. I want to make a deal with you, young Master Yun, Mu Yu chuckled. Yun Xiao smiled wryly. My lord, you're still thinking about the so-called soaring purple clouds. I think you haven't fully cultivated your wondrous spirit eyes yet, so there must be some deviations. Humph. This old man's wondrous spiritual eyes can't be wrong. But my deal with young Master Yun is for another matter. Mu Jie snorted, slightly displeased. Yun Xiao did not find it strange that he had something that could catch his eye, and there were two of them. Young Master Yun, Mu Jie said. I remember something about the zombies and insects you mentioned earlier. It's called a zombie, and it's an extremely powerful spirit insect. Not only can it control corpses, but it's also extremely aggressive and has almost no flaws. I hope young Master Yun can help me subdue this insect. Lord Mu Jie is far stronger than me, Yun Xiao said confusedly. And even if we need help, Lord Song and Lord Xieting are also very strong. They are the best candidates. They can't. As I said earlier, this insect has almost no flaws and can't hurt any of the 5 elements, Mu Jie said. If young Master Yun is able to kill this insect with a fire skill, the flames must be extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the fire-type divine ability that young Master Yun possesses is the purple cloud's soaring technique. Yun Xiao was slightly surprised, thinking that Mu Jie was indeed not simple. Let me think about this. What's the other thing? Mu Jie was a little anxious and said, What's there to consider? This old master can ensure that you leave this place safely. The other thing is a long story. I want young Master Yun to join my Mu family and participate in a martial arts competition on our behalf. Martial arts. Yun Xiao's face turned strange as he said, Your sex strength is not inferior to the 7 superpowers. The experts who are stronger than me are like a basket. Why are you so cowardly? This is an internal battle of our secluded sect. Only young experts under the age of 30 can participate. Although our sect's Mu Fenghua's strength is not inferior to yours, Cough, cough, cough. I feel that he's still a little lacking in experience, Mu Jie said a little awkwardly. Yun Xiao immediately understood that their competition was similar to the competition of martial arts and sorcery in the Merchant Union, and it must also involve a conflict of interests. It seemed that these hidden sects were not that pure-hearted and content with their lot. Since it's a battle between sects, it must be someone from your Mu clan, right? Yun Xiao asked. That's simple, Mu Jie chuckled. You can choose from all the women of the right age in the Mu family. It doesn't matter if you choose one or a few. In any case, marry into the family and let the family head bestow you with the surname Mu. Won't the problem be solved then? Yun Xiao's face darkened. I see. I happen to have a little problem as well. If Lord Mu, you can help me solve it. Neither of these two things will be a problem. Oh, what little trouble. Mu Jie opened her eyes, which were sparkling. I accidentally made an enemy of Beiming Dark Palace and Red Moon City, Yun Xiao said. I plan to take revenge on these two sects and let them know how powerful I am. As long as the Mu family is willing to help me, those two matters will not be a problem. What? To take revenge on Beiming Dark Palace and Red Moon City? Mu Jie's face twitched violently. She coughed and said, Ahem, well, Huan, the martial arts competition has not been decided yet. I'll discuss it with young Master Yun after I've confirmed that I need his help. What? Yun Xiao asked. Is the Mu family afraid of the Red Moon City and Beiming Dark Palace? How could that be? As long as the Mu clan really wants to deal with them, they can only beg for mercy, Mu Jie immediately said with a serious expression. However, I don't have the final say in the Mu family. I'll report this to the family head and give young Master Yun a reply. Yun Xiao laughed in his heart. I see. I can't make the decision. I have to go back and report to my parents. I'll give you a reply then. Mu Jie's eyes were wide open, and she didn't know what to say. Young Master Yun, you can agree to the martial arts competition first. As long as you win, the Lord Patriarch might be happy and help you deal with Red Moon City and Beiming Dark Palace. In fact, as long as the news of young Master Yun marrying into the Mu family spreads, these two major forces will naturally not dare to provoke you. Hee. Let's talk about it later, Xianxia. Yun Xiao chuckled and blinked twice before he continued meditating. Mu Jie thought for a while and sent a voice transmission. Let's not talk about the martial arts for the time being, that corpse puppet. Yun Xiao smiled in his heart. I can do my best to help you with the corpse puppet, but there is no free lunch in this world. I am very interested in your magical spirit eyes, my lord. Mu Jie's expression changed and she was filled with anger. Her voice became sharp. You're just helping me. Yet you want to spy on my wondrous spirit eyes technique. Yun Xiao's eyes widened slightly as he rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Free trading. Willing to take the bait. Besides, the things you like are priceless. If you miss this chance, you might miss it for the rest of your life. Mu Jie's face was ashen as she licked her dry lips. Yun Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. The corpse puppet was indeed very difficult to find, and according to the records, it was invulnerable and impervious to all 5 elements. He was not sure if he could subdue it. Yes. However, the deal must be made after the matter is over, and the premise is that I obtain the corpse puppet. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion. Mu Jie's eyes flickered as she said, It's just my initial guess that it's a corpse puppet. Moreover, I only have the incomplete version of the spirit eye technique of the small wheel 3 phases life transformation. All right, it's settled then. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and then agreed. Although the wondrous spiritual eyes technique was incomplete, it was also a remnant of a divine skill. If he could study it, it would definitely be of great benefit to his eye technique. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. The two of them had reached a preliminary agreement, and it was quiet all of a sudden. Suddenly, Duanmu Tsang opened his eyes and spread his hands in front of him. A ray of light spread out like a mirror. Waves flashed in the mirror of light, and there were faint murmuring of water and splashing of water. A golden light slowly gathered to form a talisman. It flashed in the air and disappeared into the void. This attracted everyone's attention, and countless eyes fell on her. Duanmutsang raised his head and a glint flashed across his eyes. They're here. Everyone's heart trembled as they hurriedly looked up. Through the hundreds of densely packed holes, one could see countless stars shining in the black turtle galaxy under the night sky, getting brighter and brighter. The specks of starlight gathered into lines, forming a vast star map with golden scales and colorful feathers. That's Ingluo. Yunxiao's sharp eyes narrowed as he saw a golden rainbow rolling in the vast star map. It was a building with a long bridge, stone pillars, and golden doors. Mu Jie also discovered it very quickly. She said in shock, "The Immortal Palace." At this moment, hundreds of altars gushed with light. Countless golden patterns appeared on the eternal brightness wall, and a dense aura spread. Everyone was shocked, afraid that something was wrong. They hurriedly leaped up from the altar and looked up and down in horror. Under the starry night, the huge palace that looked like a black turtle became solid from the flashing light and shadow. The shape of a snake could be clearly seen, and the aura of a turtle could be seen. There were all kinds of winding corridors, jade stone bridges, and golden altars. This star-filled city is falling rapidly, the Dark North Yuan Hai exclaimed in shock. Even without him saying anything, everyone's eyes were wide open. They had already discovered it, and they all rubbed their eyes, feeling that this was not real. Gulp. Is this an illusion? Mu Jie gulped. Arg. So that was how it was. So that's how it is. Taishu Xieting suddenly shouted, and a light bulb went off in his head. He said excitedly, "I finally understand." He started dancing with joy. "What do you understand? Speak," Mu Jie shouted. The vast scene in front of them had already frozen everyone's thoughts, and their minds were almost blank. Such a vast and magnificent scene was not something that could be done by human hands. "Haha, I finally understand what these altars are all about," Xieting laughed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the starry sky 10,000 miles away, saying, "Look at this palace complex. It's completely a star map of the black turtle." Those gold altars were set up in the Dipper, Danger, Chamber, and Wall areas of the black turtle star area, except for the 3 small star areas, the Ox, the Girl, and the Void star areas. Do you all understand now? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked down at the group of altars and then at the sky from time to time. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even see the palace clearly, so they could only worry. Are you saying that these altars were originally part of the celestial palace, but they were left in the two-world mountain? Mu Jie groaned. Taishu Xieting stroked his long beard and seemed to be in a good mood. He laughed and said, "That's right. The function of these altars was to connect with the Star Palace complex. If I'm not wrong, the person who set it up back then threw this group of star palaces into the void. But he was afraid that it would be lost, so he left these altars in the two-world mountain so that he could position and guide them at any time, just like the string that pulled a kite. Since you want to hide this substar palace and don't want it to be lost," Yunxiao said, "why did you come to this world at this moment? Isn't it good to let it stay in the void forever?" Taishu Xieting laughed and said, "That's because this kind of arrangement is also at its limit. Once the line is broken, this star palace will be lost forever. Therefore, it would appear once in a while. We don't even know how many times it has appeared since we saw it this time. This is from the perspective of setting up the formation. If it's according to Lord Song's words, it's an opportunity." Duanmu Song's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed. "This is the first time I've seen such a wondrous sight. I'm looking forward to seeing what's inside the Star Palace." Although Yunxiao was also surprised, he was not as excited as the others. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "In Master Xieting's opinion, we should fly a kite into the void and bring it back after tens of thousands of years. To be able to set up such a grand plan, what kind of powerful existence could do it?" Taishu Xieting was stunned, and his eyes shone. With the current strength of the heavenly martial arts realm, unless the Holy Realm joins forces with all the major sects, it is impossible to set up such a magnificent statue. Although the Two-World Mountain is a place for itinerant cultivators, Yunxiao said, "I don't think their strength has reached the level of the Saint Realm, right?" Feng Shi said, I've always been in charge of the two-world mountain. This mineral vein is also the Biming Dark Palace's reserve mineral vein. Before it was officially mined, there were often itinerant martial artists living in it. However, their strength was very limited. As for what the Golden Age was like tens of thousands of years ago, I don't know. In that case, although the two-world mountain is full of itinerant cultivators, it can also be considered an inheritance, said the Dark North Primordial Sea. It's just that it's broken. That's right, Duanmu said. According to my deduction, this place has been set up for 100,000 years, and it's extremely likely that it was left behind by a God Realm expert. 100,000 years. Everyone's hearts jolted. This era was unusually sensitive at all times, because the extinction of deity realm powerhouses basically started from that period of time. Haha, to be able to get a glimpse of the divine palace left behind by a godly state expert. Even if I die, this trip will not be in vain. Haha. Person suddenly laughed wildly. It was Bai Haodong. Everyone looked over and frowned. Xia gazed at the starry sky and said, "This star palace should be landing in this area and merging with the altar to restore the two-world mountain to its former glory. Based on the speed at which it's descending, it should take about an hour." Dark North Yuan Hai clenched his right fist and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. There's still an hour, which is long enough. We can all discuss this. Discuss. Everyone furrowed their brows, their expressions somewhat strange. Discuss what? Wuxia asked. Hee. Although the two-world mountain used to be glorious, it has been buried in the dust with the passage of time, said the Dark North Primordial Sea with a smile. Now that this land belongs to Biming Dark Palace, this star palace will naturally belong to my Biming family. Everyone's faces sank and stretched long, not a single one of them looking good. Indistinctly, a wave of public anger seemed to be forming. Humph. Shameless. Bai Haodong snorted contemptuously and said sarcastically, "When Biming Dark Palace sealed off the mountain to search for treasures on their own, no one said anything. But later on, they opened the mountain and announced that they would allow everyone to enter and explore. Now that they've found the treasure, they actually want to keep it for themselves. Is there anything more shameless than this in the world?" Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak out. Once Bai Haodong spoke, it immediately attracted a response. Everyone cheered and all sorts of curses were heard. Dark North Yuan Hai's face was filled with killing intent. He glared at Bai Haodong and shouted, "Quiet! When did this lord say that I wanted to take it for myself? Although it is indeed my Biming Dark Palace's, but as the saying goes, those who see it will have a share. Biming family is not a place that doesn't care about human feelings, and they will definitely not let everyone return empty-handed." Wuxia frowned and said, "Dark North Primordial Sea, what do you mean by this? He's just like the owner of the Immortal Palace." Humph. Dark North Yuan Hai placed his hands behind his back and said, "It's nothing. If we really want to choose the master of the Immortal Palace, there's no one else other than my Biming family. For example, the treasure that was dug out from your backyard, doesn't it belong to your family?" Everyone was at a loss for words and found it difficult to refute. Although this was the truth, they would not be so stupid as to give up their interests at this time. "Tisk," Yunxiao sneered. "If you want to count the treasures in the backyard, these should be the altars. It's fine if your Biming Dark Palace takes them. As for the Star Palace, it has been floating in the void for 100,000 years. Could it be that the entire void world also belongs to your Biming family?" "Haha, you're right." Wuxia clapped her hands and laughed. She blew on her beard and raised her eyebrows in praise. "I'll start writing new chapters tomorrow. I'll finish all the chapters 10 before Children's Day. If I can't do it this time, I'll just expose my naked photos. Go all out." Yes. Young Master Yunxiao is right. Everyone, please don't have any designs on these altars. They belong to the Biming Dark Palace, so we'll just enter the Star Palace later. Yes, speaking of this Star Palace, it was probably discovered under Lord Duanmu's guidance. Whoever sees an ownerless object can have it. Everyone continued to chatter, causing the face of the Dark North Primordial Sea to turn green in anger. Even if this star palace is from the void, it was drawn down by the altar of the two-world mountain. He shouted angrily, "The beaming dark palace will take at least 70% of the treasures in the star palace." Woof! 70%? Is Lord Yuan Hai trying to make everyone his enemy? An old man said unhurriedly. His face was thin and cold, and his body was as bony as a skeleton. He didn't look like a good person. Furthermore, the aura that he exuded was not any weaker than that of the people from the dark north primordial sea. Duanmu Tsang also said slowly, "Where there's an opportunity, it's for the fated." As everyone had seen, they were all fated people. If Lord Yuan Hai acted arbitrarily, he would miss the opportunity. Moreover, no one knew what was going on in the Star Palace, so he couldn't be too optimistic. Don't forget that there's something else under the altar in the overlapping space. Her words were reasonable, so the dark north primordial sea's face darkened and he no longer said anything. The most important thing was that he had also realized that his previous speech had isolated him from the crowd. Moreover, there were indeed many experts hidden among these people. If they joined forces, they would not be able to gain any advantage at all. He glanced at Feng Shi beside him and whispered, "Immediately use a secret technique to send a message back. At least send 2 more elders." Feng Shi was shocked. He nodded with a serious expression and retreated to the back, secretly casting a spell. Many people saw this scene and could not help but feel their hearts sink. They were deeply worried. Duanmu Tsang looked up at the sky and stared at the vast star palace. He did not say anything. Yunxiao also cast an eye technique and saw everything in the star palace clearly. All of the buildings were surrounded by a yellow glow, as if the power of the stars was circulating. It was reflecting off the black tortoise star field in the sky. He knew that this was the star palace absorbing the power of the stars. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in his ears. It was Duanmu Tsang. He blinked his beautiful eyes at him and said, "Is young Master Yunxiao willing to form an alliance with me?" Yunxiao was greatly puzzled. He then sent a voice transmission over, "My strength is mediocre. Why would Lord Tsang choose me?" Duanmu Tsang smiled faintly. "I'm quite clear about young Master Yunxiao's strength. Me, Great Uncle Xia Ting, Mujie, and you are more than enough to resist any kind of trouble." Yunxiao was taken aback and asked in confusion, "You can even calculate the number of strength?" Duanmu Tsang chuckled and said, "Mujie's wondrous spiritual eyes won't make a mistake. In addition, I recently met an interesting friend who told me a lot of things. Speaking of which, I still have to thank young Master." "Who is it?" "Thank you," Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Where do you get your gratitude?" "You'll know soon enough, young Master," Duanmu Tsang said with a smile in his eyes. Yunxiao's face darkened as he snorted and said, "This young master really doesn't like the feeling of being schemed against. At the same time, I really hate women who think they're smart." Duanmu Tsang was unconcerned. He smiled indifferently. A fortune-telling family has to give people a sense of mystery. Young Master Yun should have seen the Beiming Yuan Hai's plan to move his troops. "I've come to find you for absolute safety. If young Master is not willing, I can find someone else." "Then, Lord Tsang," Yunxiao said coldly, "find someone else." He knew that with his current strength, unless he encountered an extraordinary expert, he was very confident that he could escape even if he was attacked by a peak 9-star. Duanmu Tsang's eyes narrowed and he smiled bitterly. What an arrogant young man. No wonder he has such achievements. After she finished speaking, she continued to observe the Star Palace, wondering if she was planning to form an alliance with another person. Soon, the vast Star Palace slowly descended. It occupied an area of 1,000 mu, just the size of the entire area. The vast power from the Star Palace spread throughout the entire mountain range. The mountains around the altar couldn't withstand the pressure and began to collapse. Rays of yellow light shot out from all directions, forming a huge barrier. The barrier flickered and turned into a floating talisman. It was the Earth Talisman that could freeze the surrounding mountains. Boom! With a loud noise, the highest saber wall in the north finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, with all kinds of boulders flying. "It's dangerous! Run!" Duanmu Tsang's eyes flashed. She turned into a ray of light and flew toward the entrance of the mine. The energy on the Earth Talisman was still abundant, enough for everyone to leave safely. A moment later, the entire mountain range of thousands of acres was crushed by the vast and mighty force, turning into flat land. The magnificent ancient star palace shone with golden light and fell on the altar. Boom! As the buildings landed, a bright light shot up into the sky. The entire mountain range was illuminated as if it was daytime. At a glance, there were a few beautiful buildings and jade palaces like a celestial palace. On the palace in the center, there was a huge jade plaque with the words, Black Tortoise Star Palace, written on it. It seemed to contain some kind of rule. When one looked at it, not only would it hurt one's eyes, but it would also make one feel dizzy. Many people's hearts trembled, and they bit the tip of their tongues to wake themselves up, not daring to look up. Taishu Xieting's eyes lit up with excitement. Such a grand move indeed. Only the ancient Almighty could do it. The Immortal Palace covered thousands of acres, isolated from the sun and the sky, and no stars or moon could be seen. There were hundreds of winding corridors in the palace, each with its own terrain, carved with dragons and carved with phoenixes, and a yellow glow. As the Star Palace fully appeared in front of him, the power of the starlight slowly receded, and after a long time, everything returned to normal. The Black Tortoise Star Palace is vast, and I've never seen any ancient records of it. How many golden ages have been buried in the dust? Duanmu Tsang let out a long sigh in shock. Apart from this eternal starry sky, Xianxia said indifferently, is there anything eternal in this world? Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at him in surprise. Such slanderous words that had seen through the mortal world did not seem to come from the mouth of a young man. Haha, who cares if it's ancient or not? I'll laugh at the ancient hill and enjoy the wind. A red figure laughed heartily and charged towards the Star Palace in the blink of an eye. Bai Haodong! Run! The Dark North Yuan Hai was shocked and shouted, Run! He took the lead and chased after it in a flash. The rest of the people from Baiming Dark Palace also followed him and flew into the palace. Split up! Baiming Dark Palace shouted. You guys go to the side halls. He himself was the first to head to the main hall. The entire Star Palace was too big, and he was afraid that there would be too many treasures which would benefit others. If he had known that there would be such a good thing, he would have sent 10 times more people. The faces of Mu Jie and the others also changed. Without a word, they rushed in and headed for the main hall. The thousands of cultivators immediately burst into an uproar and scattered like birds and beasts, covering the sky and flying towards the Star Palace. Many people still knew their own limits. They watched as the crazy crowd rushed towards the main hall, while many flew towards the surrounding side halls and pavilions, hoping to take advantage of the situation. Xianxia pondered for a moment. The main hall was located in the place where the altars had been set up according to the 3 small star systems of Bull, Woman, and Void. It was not as simple as it seemed. He wasn't in a hurry to enter, but instead flew towards the slightly larger side halls. Cloud Dispatching Palace, 5 Brightness Palace, Lingbo Palace. Xuanji looking at the name of each side palace. Xianxia was more and more shocked. It was hard to imagine that they were built by a group of itinerant martial artists. He unhurriedly took out the finger spirit compass. The needle on the compass had already stopped shaking and was pointing towards the main hall. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with one hand and sent a few incantation seals into the finger plate. The pointer immediately began to spin a few times, then finally pointed to a building on the left. Xianxia fixed his eyes on the plaque hanging on the wall. Treasure Shine Hall. At that moment, several figures had rushed in and disappeared in a flash, followed by Xianxia. As soon as he stepped through the door, a few figures flew over. It turned out that there was a huge golden cauldron made of pure copper in the center of the hall. Yellow light flowed on it, emitting circles of earth-colored power. And those few people who had rushed up were directly jolted away. What powerful earth elemental energy! Xianxia was surprised. He stared at the cauldron, and his eyes went straight. Through his eye technique, he could see that there was a faint ring of crushed stones floating in the earth-colored light around the cauldron. Another person rushed in and exclaimed, "It's a mutated earth elemental power." He was overjoyed as he suddenly flew towards the cauldron and reached out his 5 fingers to grab it. Bang! A yellow light splashed out, and the man seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying. "Ha ha! You're overestimating yourself." Most of the others laughed at him, but their eyes were also flashing with greed and solemnness. A few of them were even looking at Xianxia with fear, as if they had sensed that he was extraordinary. "Young Master Yun, are you also interested in this item?" one of the men said in a deep voice. Xianxia looked over and saw that the man had a round face, big ears, and a beard. He had a mighty aura and was also an 8 stars martial emperor, but Xianxia did not recognize him. "The treasure in this hall should be the elements in this cauldron. If I wasn't interested, I would have turned around and left a long time ago," Xianxia said slowly. Under the probing of the spirit finger needle, this was the place with the highest level of treasures, other than the main hall. It was no wonder. The Star Palace had been floating in the void world for 100,000 years. Other than the 5 elements, even if it had other heaven-defying treasures, their spiritual chi would have been exhausted long ago, and they would not be worth the attention of the finger spirit plate. The man's expression turned ugly as he muttered, "Since that's the case, why don't you and I join forces to expel the others and split the treasure in the cauldron into 2? Everyone's expression in the hall immediately changed, their eyes wide open, but they didn't dare to say anything. Although there were other martial emperors among the dozen or so people, Xianxia and the man had the highest cultivation base. "Fei Hong, you've gone too far. An ownerless item. Anyone who sees it will have a share." One of the martial emperor powerhouses could not help but open his mouth and berate him. The flesh on his face moved in anger. Fei Hong's expression turned cold. "I don't have time to argue with you scums. Get lost if you don't want to die," he said coldly. He opened his palm and grabbed at the martial emperor. At once, a huge invisible force bound the martial emperor and he clenched his fist. "Ka ka pa! Ah!" The martial emperor screamed as his protective emperor chi was instantly broken. His bones and armor were shattered and deformed. It was a horrible sight. "Get lost!" Fei Hong swung his arm and the martial emperor expert shot out like a spring. The entire Treasure Shine Hall suddenly became deathly silent, and everyone's faces were ashen. Fei Hong glanced around and said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to leave, but if anyone has any improper thoughts, I'll directly crush him into meat paste." At this moment, no one dared to say anything. With a smug and contemptuous look in his eyes, Fei Hong turned to Xianxia and said, "Young Master Yun, let's go for the treasure." Xianxia gave him a look and said, "As the saying goes, an ownerless object is shared by those who see it. I can't go too far. How about this? This golden cauldron is yours, and the item inside is mine." "What?" Fei Hong's face darkened and he said angrily, "I'm not an alchemist, so what do I need this cauldron for? Why don't you give the cauldron to young Master Yun, and I'll take the item in it?" "I'm sorry," Xianxia said. "I want the earth element in the cauldron." Fei Hong's eyes shot out a sinister look and he sneered, "Without my help, you might not have been able to break this elemental barrier by yourself." "All right," Xianxia said expressionlessly. "Just watch." He took a step forward, and a wave of aura from his body directly pressed over. With a wong sound, the cauldron trembled and immediately shot out a circle of earth-colored light. It formed a barrier and resisted the aura. Xianxia immediately felt as if he had hit an iron wall, and his blood and chi were in turmoil. He snorted coldly as a cold sword light appeared in his hand. He held the cold sword in his hand and slowly thrust it forward. A sharp rule force circled around the sword, and countless runes bounced up from the sword, forming blue ice flowers in the air. When the tip of the sword touched the barrier, a circle of ripples appeared, and then it was inserted into it little by little. Fei Hong's pupils shrank and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He turned into a vulture. He was one of the first people to rush into the hall. He had tried to attack 3 times, but he was bounced back by the power of the earth elemental barrier. He naturally understood how powerful this barrier was, and he looked at the cold sword with some uncertainty. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a trembling sound came from the ice sword. The blue runes quickly flew up and a large amount of cold air spread out. Some of the warriors who were close to it directly formed a thin layer of ice. The advance of the sword force also came to a halt. A thin layer of white light was released from the layer of yellow light, covering the sword. Xianxia suddenly felt that he had a force of hundreds of millions of pounds in his hand, and he could barely lift the sword. Ha! He suddenly shouted, and the skin all over his body turned golden. The power of the four gates suddenly spread out, and his arm became more than twice as thick. The trembling sword body instantly stabilized, and he stabbed forward again. Boom, boom, boom. The golden cauldron made of pure copper began to shake, and the sound of thunder came from within. It sounded like thousands of troops and horses, but it also sounded like a landslide and tsunami. Waves of the will of the earth spread. The air rumbled and exploded, and the space became unstable. The golden light all over Xianxia's body was immediately suppressed. His muscles completely shriveled, and his entire body deformed. Bang! 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 As soon as the surrounding martial artists came into contact with the will of the earth, it was as if they had been hit by meteorites. Their entire bodies were in a daze as they were sent flying, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There was even an existence at the peak of the martial emperor realm who exploded into minced meat and a rain of blood in an instant. Retreat! A one-star martial emperor powerhouse was shocked. He instantly turned into a beam of light and fled out of the hall. Under the will of the earth, his Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens could only hold on for a few breaths before his chest was crushed and his internal organs were torn apart. He was severely injured. Immediately, more than 10 rays of light lit up and they all retreated. However, 4 of them exploded one by one before they could even escape, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. Fei Hong was also shocked. He circulated his Emperor Qi as much as he could, and a layer of white light appeared on his skin. His entire body was also suppressed by the fluctuations of the will of the earth, and his shape kept changing. A fierce look flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he shouted, "Open it!" The long sword trembled and a sword intent surged. Around the cold sword, countless tiny snowflake-shaped crystals appeared. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were actually symbols. Bang! The earth enchantment suddenly exploded, and a vast power hit him in the face. The entire space was completely twisted, compressed into an extreme point, and then expanded. Xianxia was taken aback. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and turned into a bolt of lightning to flee. However, the power of space instantly pressed down. Bang! Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. The golden light all over his body dissipated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he retreated 100 meters. Fei Hong was not feeling well either, but he had already started running before the barrier was broken. He grunted and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. After the power of the barrier dispersed, the entire space in the hall instantly returned to its original state. The golden cauldron also quieted down. Swish! Fei Hong instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. His 5 fingers turned into a huge sharp claw and like a fishing net, he grabbed the entire cauldron. Ha ha! Young Master Yun, thank you. We'll meet again. Fei Hong laughed smugly. He suddenly grabbed it and his smile froze. Not only did the cauldron not move at all, but a huge force was pressing down on his palm. It was as if someone had pulled it hard, and his body involuntarily bounced down. Bang! His entire body slammed into the cauldron, and with a clang, the golden cauldron exploded into pieces. 3 colors of light suddenly gathered in the air. They were purple, green, and blue. Within the 3 lights, a miniature mountain glowed brightly. The small mountain happened to have 3 peaks, each of 3 different colors, and it exuded a powerful earth element power. Even from 100 meters away, Xianxia could feel the spatial compression coming at him, making him feel uncomfortable. After Fei Hong crashed into the cauldron, his head was bleeding. He was just a few meters away from the hill. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. What is this? He's actually so overbearing. Xianxia was shocked, and his eyes shone with excitement as he looked at the three-colored mountain. This mountain peak was definitely not a simple mutated earth element. It was a profound armament that had been refined by someone, completely made from 3 types of mutated earth elements. The mountain peak was full of spirituality. After coming out of the cauldron, it stopped in the air for a while. Then, the surroundings began to twist and slowly become blurry. It was actually about to break through the air and fly away. Stay here. As soon as Xianxia threw the Divine Realm tablet out, it immediately transformed into a huge jade tablet and hovered over the mountain. The golden light on the steel circulated, and countless runes surged out. The power of the world sprinkled down like moonlight, pressing the distorted space back down. The mountain peak seemed to have sensed the power of the Divine Realm tablet. It trembled, and the surrounding space shattered. The entire hall shook and was about to collapse. You want to leave? Obediently go in for this young master. Xianxia quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a circle of Maha-ancient characters flashed in the air and circled around the mountain. The 3-colored light of the entire mountain was washed by the power of the world, and it suddenly became so faint that it was almost impossible to see clearly. The mountain also slowly rose, about to be sucked in. Xianxia was also pleasantly surprised. If it were an ordinary profound-level weapon, it would have been taken away in an instant, but the mountain was too heavy, so heavy that it was extremely difficult to move. Suddenly, a huge black claw shadow appeared in the sky and clawed at Xianxia. A silver light gushed out from the black claw. It was actually countless scales that opened up and slashed down like blades. Humph! You're looking for death. Xianxia's face darkened as he continued to cast the Great Realm Divine technique with both hands to collect the 3-colored Divine Mountain. However, a golden light surged behind him and transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of the heads glared at him, and the 4 eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What? Fei Hong's shocked voice could be heard from the void. The light on one of his arms turned, and the Heaven's Light sword case appeared on his arm. His other hand continuously formed hand seals and struck out. Then he pointed with 2 fingers. Clang, the sword case opened, and countless silver lights shot out. The sword chi soared into the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The entire black hand was pierced through in an instant. A sword talisman appeared in the air and condensed into a sea of sword chi, dispersing all the black gas. In the sword formation, the space was torn apart, and Fei Hong's figure was revealed, his face full of fear and horror. Spare me, Lord Cloudsky. Spare me. I know my mistake. He kept begging for mercy, but the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he was gathering power to break through the sword formation. Humph! Xianxia snorted angrily as he pulled the sword box behind him. He changed his sword incantation gesture, and suddenly the sword momentum rose. Don't! Fei Hong let out a terrified roar and his potential exploded instantly. He blocked the sword attack and turned into a light to escape. However, the dome of the hall suddenly darkened and was filled with green light. Xianxia's third face was full of sarcasm. He grabbed the hammer with one hand and performed a thunder incantation with the other, ready to strike. Boom! The hammer smashed down. The thunderbolt landed on the sword momentum and broke through Fei Hong's Emperor Qi. It struck directly on his head, ending his life. Xianxia grunted as he retracted all his mystic artifacts and Dharma idols, his face turning pale. The 3-colored Divine Mountain was finally taken into the Divine Realm tablet. His eyes were full of joy. He waved in the air and grabbed the Divine Realm tablet back. Sensing it carefully, he found that the Divine Mountain was floating in the Divine Realm tablet, motionless, as if it had become quiet. He was still a little worried, so he sent out a shadow of his divine sense to guard the Divine Mountain in case it broke through the realm and left. After doing all this, he took out some pills and ate them. Killing Fei Hong did not take much energy. The key was that his internal organs had been injured by the earth element. Breaking the enchantment and collecting the sacred mountain had also taken a lot of energy. After adjusting his origin power for a moment and recovering most of it, he transformed into an azure light and flew out of the Treasure-Shine Hall. Outside the Treasure-Shine Hall, more than a dozen martial artists were still waiting and watching. As soon as they saw Xianxia come out safely, they knew that the treasure was gone, and their faces darkened. Xianxia glanced at the crowd, then turned into a beam of light and headed toward the main hall. The cultivators immediately rushed into the Treasure-Shine Hall to see if there was any more soup to drink. When they saw Fei Hong's black corpse, they were all shocked, but they also felt the pleasure of revenge. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the main hall, he saw only a few warriors, which was completely disproportionate to the hundreds and thousands of people who had rushed in earlier. There was a gray formation in the center of the hall, which was used for teleportation. Xianxia was a little surprised. The entire Star Palace was neither small nor big, so there was no way it could use a teleportation array. The main hall was connected to the altars of the 3 small star areas, so they were most likely teleported to the overlapping space. The few warriors beside the array were still hesitating. Xianxia stepped into it and began to cast incantation seals to activate the array. All of a sudden, several streaks of light flew in from outside the palace and also fell into the formation. A total of more than 10 people disappeared in the light of teleportation. In the next moment, a light flashed in a dark space, and several people appeared. What's going on? Xianxia's expression changed. There was no one in this dark space. Only 17 doors open before everyone's eyes. And the arrangement of the 17 doors was exactly the 17 stars of the dangerous small star field in the black tortoise star field, forming the tail of a turtle snake. It's very simple. Out of these 17 gates, 16 must be the gate of death, and only one is the gate of life. I'm afraid only 1/17 of those who came here before entered alive. A man said coldly with a mocking tone. He was Jiao Hao from the Baiming family, who had always found Xianxia an eyesore. The other 6 were also experts of the Baiming family. The 7 of them had searched the nearby side halls but found nothing, so they came to the main hall, where they happened to be teleported in with Xianxia. As for the remaining 3 people, they were completely unrelated martial artists. They also came together when they saw that there were many people. Are you sure? Xianxia asked in surprise. I guessed it. Jiao Hao sneered. That's what I was saying, Xianxia said. How could the master of the Star Palace possibly set up such a stupid trap? Li Xianxia, how dare you? He cried. There's only a few of us here. Jiao Hao shouted. Do you think anyone will come to save you? The other 6 men of the Baiming family flickered and surrounded Xianxia. The remaining 3 people's expressions changed. They alertly huddled together and kept a certain distance from the 8 people. We haven't even figured out the situation here, Xianxia said indifferently. Don't you think you're being a little thoughtless by suddenly turning hostile and attacking us? Humph, it's only a matter of minutes to take you down. It's the same to study the situation here carefully. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Jiao Hao's aura exploded as he pulled out a long bone whip from the darkness. The spine of an unknown demon beast flickered with black light. Ground-breaking giant teeth. The black bone whip trembled and turned into countless whip shadows. They were all pieces of bones, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. It was eerie and terrifying. The other 6 people formed a formation and shouted as they joined forces. Xianxia had fought with the northern underworld Primordial Sea before, so no one dared to underestimate him, and they used all their strength as soon as they arrived. Together, the 6 of them formed a huge halo that completely shackled Xianxia. Countless small rings flew out from the ring of light, layer upon layer, and trapped him, making him unable to move. Well done! Jiao Hao laughed wildly. They had made a secret agreement that the 6 of them would only be in charge of suppressing the enemy. He would rely on his whip to attack. Not only could the countless rings of light seal off space and movement, but they could also lock up elemental energy. Bang, bang, bang! Countless whips fell, each of which hit Xianxia and burst into clouds of black smoke. The terrifying power spread in all directions, and the 6 people's faces changed. Feeling the power coming at them, one of them shouted, "Retreat!" Yunxiao's primordial energy was locked, so he was almost certain to die when he was hit by the black whip. The 6 men immediately withdrew their primordial energy and stepped back to avoid the impact of the long whip. "Are you done?" The clouds of black smoke gradually dissipated, and Yunxiao's figure was revealed with a mocking look on his face. He stood in place, not even moving. "Ah? What the fuck?" The 7 men from Beiming Dark Palace were shocked, and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. A bad feeling spread in their hearts. Zhao Hao, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat. His face turned pale. "How could you be cowardly?" A look of contempt flashed in Yunxiao's eyes. With a teleportation, he appeared directly in front of the man, raised his fist, and punched out with a flash of golden light. Bang! The fist directly punched into his opponent's chest and suddenly exploded. Zhao Hao wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't move. He could only watch as the golden fist hit his chest and then a big hole appeared. Yunxiao's physical strength could even tear a 9-stars martial emperor apart with his bare hands. But Zhao Hao was only an 8-stars martial emperor, so he was killed on the spot. The other 6 people, as well as the other 3 who had nothing to do with it, were all shocked to the extreme, and their eyes revealed extreme fear. "Are you dead or alive?" Yunxiao pointed at the 6 men and asked. The 6 men were stunned for a moment. One of them mustered up his courage and said, "Why, you're willing to let us go?" After he finished speaking, his forehead was already covered in cold sweat, almost freezing. "Of course," Yunxiao sneered. "I'll let you go with conditions. Open these 17 doors one by one." "Ah? Isn't this sending us to our deaths?" That person became anxious. Yunxiao's face darkened. "I'm not betting my life," he shouted. "I'll die now." The 6 people's faces suddenly changed, and their eyes revealed hatred, but no one could do anything. The 6 people looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward. "Daoji," Yunxiao said coldly. "You go." He casually pointed. The man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and flew over. He glanced at the 17 doors and closed his eyes to calculate. Then he walked to one door and opened it. Boom! A huge force rushed out like a flood and a fierce beast, instantly blasting him into pieces. He didn't even have the time to scream. Everyone shuddered and revealed a look of fear, trembling in fear. After the door was opened, it gradually disappeared, leaving only 16 doors. It's really what that person said. 16 gates of death and 1 gate of life. Yunxiao rested his chin on his hand and blinked as he said, "This saves me the trouble. I'll just have to try them one by one. If I had known earlier, I would have spared the whipman's life. It could have offset a gate of death." The remaining 5 people from Beiming Dark Palace trembled and shivered, and their faces were ashen. "Stop wasting time," Yunxiao shouted. "You!" He casually pointed. The man who was pointed at dodged quickly and pointed at a man behind the man. "Ah!" The man who was pointed at opened his mouth wide and looked angrily at his companion who had dodged, his eyes spewing fire. His companion immediately turned his head over. "Yi Feng, if I don't die, I'll never let you off." The man roared and flung his sleeves. He walked toward a door and pushed it open. Bang! As soon as his hand touched the door, there was a deafening explosion, and the space where the door was located collapsed from all directions. The man was sucked into the black hole and turned into a singularity, disappearing into the night. This time, the remaining 4 people's faces were even paler. This feeling of waiting for death was like using a knife to cut their flesh. It was even more uncomfortable than directly cutting them. "This is what you get for attacking me," Yunxiao said coldly. "At least I gave you a chance to live." "We understand. Thank you, young Master Yunxiao." One of them sighed and took the initiative to fly up and choose a door, but the result was still instant death. The other 2 also had looks of despair on their faces. They flew up one after another and chose 2 doors, one at the end and one at the end. Boom! Boom! There were 2 explosions and all the bones were gone. Yifeng's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. He almost cried as he said, "Lord Cloud Sky, I beg you to let me go. I really don't want to die. Woo-woo. The other three looked at him indifferently. Although there was shame in their eyes, they didn't mock him. After all, no one was afraid of death. What's the point of keeping you alive? Xianxia said sarcastically. You're gonna try the door. What's the point of keeping you? Do you think I should just leave the trash aside and risk it myself? As long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave, Yifeng wailed. I don't need trash. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Are you gonna test the door or die now? I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. My lord, I still have value. Yifeng seemed to have recalled something. He looked at the other 3 people warily, then moved his lips and began to transmit his voice. Xianxiao's face flickered as he fell into deep thought. Then he sneered and said, All right, I'll spare your life, but I'm not at ease with you. You're very agile. Yifeng's face was red with shame, but knowing that he could save his life, he was even more surprised and excited. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you. Lord Xianxiao's kindness of not killing me will be unforgettable. I will never forget it, Xianxia. All right. Xianxia was too lazy to listen to his flattery. He simply performed an incantation gesture in the air and slapped it on Yifeng's body. Bang, bang, bang. 3 air-rending sounds were heard. Yifeng groaned as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fear. I've already left a mark on you. I'll come to find you after I'm done. I can't be bothered to tell you what the mark does. You can try betraying me, Xianxia said slowly. I wouldn't dare, Yifeng said hurriedly. He circulated his essence force and found nothing unusual. His heart sank. The more seemingly harmless the restriction was, the more powerful it was. But at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xianxia was willing to leave the mark, it proved that he did intend to spare his life. At this moment, there were only 12 of the 17 doors left. They were like 12 tombstones standing there. Sensing Xianxiao's gaze, the other 3 men gasped and retreated 1,000 feet away, looking extremely vigilant. Lord Cloudsky, one of them cried out in shock. Lord Cloudsky, we have no grudges. I know, Xianxia said, but there are still 12 doors left. What should we do? If we don't find a way out, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here forever. The 3 of them had extremely ugly expressions. One of them had a pair of triangular eyes, a flat nose, and a crooked mouth. He said, I have a method, but I don't know if it will work. The other 2 people looked at him with eager expressions. I'm a beast tamer, and I have a few spirit beasts with me. Perhaps I can try the door, the man said. Great! Why didn't you say so earlier? One of them said in surprise. I haven't had the chance to tell you, the man said. Gah! Yifeng gritted his teeth and his face turned ashen. His eyes were spitting fire. The 5 members of the Biming family had died in vain. The triangular-eyed man took out a sack and threw it into the air. Then he cast a few incantation seals into it. The rope that was tied to the sack was untied. The sack opened wide and a single-horned horse, followed by a colossal armed ape, a winged centipede, a lightning rat, a huge toad, and a red elephant, a P68, ran out. Suddenly, more than 20 animals came out and ran around in the sky. What? Xianxia was stunned. I thought beast tamers can only tame one? That's true. No matter how powerful a beast tamer is, they can only choose 2 demon beasts at most. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for them to advance with their own cultivation. I'm one of those beast tamers who can't advance any further, so I made a few more when I had nothing to do. I don't have a strong control over these monster beasts, but I'm sure it won't be a problem for me to just have them open a door. That's right. Xianxia nodded and smiled. Your ability is the nemesis of this scheme. The triangular-eyed man laughed awkwardly and quickly made a hand seal while uttering a strange note. The demonic beasts quieted down immediately. They lined up obediently and began to rush up to open the door one by one. Boom! 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 One by one, the demonic beasts were annihilated. Triangular Eye's forehead was covered in sweat, but more than that, he felt pain in his heart. Soon, under everyone's shock, all 11 doors were destroyed, leaving only one door standing there alone. This by Triangular Eyes also felt dizzy and shouted, "I can't be that unlucky, right?" "It's not a matter of luck," Xianxia said. "It's probably because the layout has always been like this. No matter how you open the door, the first 16 paths are bound to be a dead end." Ayaya, what a vicious design. If the number of people teleported at one time is less than 17, wouldn't it mean that they would all be wiped out? Triangle Eyes wiped his cold sweat and said in horror, "Even if a large number of people were teleported over, at least 16 people would have to die before we can get over." "Not necessarily," Xianxia said with a smile. "Since it's a seal, there must be a way to break it. It's just more convenient to try it one by one. Anyway, I'll be using the people of Beiming Dark Palace to fill the hole, so I don't feel any heartache." Cold sweat broke out on Yifeng's forehead, and he felt that his entire body was drenched. He glanced at the three men with a vulture's eyes and memorized their faces. In his heart, these three people had already been sentenced to death. Otherwise, if the news of him begging for mercy was spread, he would be completely embarrassed, and he might even be turned into ashes by Beiming Dark Palace. Triangular Eyes controlled a monster with a human head and a snake's body to wrap itself around the handle of the door and forcefully opened it. Suddenly, a ray of white light shone out, illuminating the entire dark space. The scenery around him changed. In the white space, there was the sound of metal hitting metal. It was endless, and every strike was heart-wrenching. "This is a Xianxia." The few of them looked over. The white fog gradually dispersed, and a set of complicated chime bells appeared in front of them. At a glance, there were a total of 13 big bells, 33 medium bells, and 72 small bells. Among them, 13 big bells were slightly vibrating, and the rustle sound was coming from them. A gust of wind blew, and the 33 bells began to shake. The sound of the bell became more and more complicated. Then, the 72 small bells chimed in a continuous and magnificent way. It was shocking. The few of them were all shocked. They felt that, under the impact of this music, there was a feeling of uncertainty and a lot of things actually came to mind. He thought to himself, "What's the matter?" Very quickly, the few people's faces appeared as if they were sleep-talking. Suddenly happy, suddenly worried, suddenly dazed, then suddenly awake. That triangular-eyed person even directly sat down in the air and started crying. Yunxiao's eyes were cloudy, and his face was miserable. With a sudden jolt, he immediately sobered up, and his eyes regained their clarity. The row of chime bells had already stopped in his eyes. They hung quietly in the air, without any more fluctuations. However, Yifeng and the others were still trapped in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if the bewilderment in their hearts never stopped. Xianxia reached out to push Yifeng away, trying to free him from the illusion, but the scenery around him changed. All he could see was a world of white snow, and he stood alone on the peak of the snow-capped peak. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Ever since he had been teleported over from the Black Tortoise Star Palace's main hall, everything he had seen had been real. However, after experiencing it himself, it was clear that he had been in one illusion after another, as if there was no end to it. Yunxiao stretched out his hand. The snowflakes floating in his hand were cold and refreshing, and it was indescribably comfortable. He touched it with his hand. It was real. "What exactly is going on, Yingluo?" Yunxiao stood alone on the lonely peak. At a glance, he could see everything covered in silver and white, and the sky was high. All of a sudden, the snow that was falling in the sky froze. Bang, bang, bang! Countless snowflakes exploded one by one, each turning into a ferocious long-armed ape. The fur on its body stood up, and it charged at him from all directions with sharp fangs and claws. "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback, and his face turned pale. The thousands and thousands of ape soldiers not only sent chills down one's spine, but also made one's scalp tingle. This scene was similar to Mu Yijuan's scattering beans into soldiers. Impossible! Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes focused and shot out an ominous light, turning into a scarlet blood eye. A strange power rippled in his eyes. Wherever he saw, the fierce apes disappeared in droves. Xianxia was 100% sure that since they were teleported down from the main hall, they had fallen into a huge illusion, and the first 17 doors should be fake. As for the people of Beiming Dark Palace, if they died in the environment of the 17 doors, they would really die. Even if he were to be torn apart by these vicious apes at this moment, he would also end up dying. I peeked at the Een outside the bamboo, the water outside the tree, and the clouds outside the peak. Did I do it intentionally or unintentionally? His spiritual energy surged and filled his body in an instant. A solemn and holy aura emerged from his face. With a calm expression, he made a hand seal in front of him and remained motionless. The pupil in his eye condensed into a strange shape, like a small formation. With a glance, it was as if he had crossed through time and space, crossing the ancient times. Birds come to spy on people, the moon peeks at wine, and the snow peeks at books, but they see that he is heartless. The power of the moon pupil suddenly opened, and everything in sight disappeared. The floating clouds scattered in a single glance, and all techniques turned into nothingness. The scenes around him continued to fade away. Under the moon pupil divine skill, they all became empty. Phew, finally out? As the snow receded, he closed his eyes and the flush on his face disappeared, turning pale. When he opened his eyes again, he was floating above a sea. There were 18 stone pillars on the surface of the sea, and a person stood on each of them. They were the people from the northern underworld primordial sea, Duanmutsong, and the others. They were all looking at him with strange expressions. "You're here." When Duanmutsong saw Xianxia, he greeted him with a smile, as if he was not surprised at all. Xianxia looked around. There were 15 people in total, and 3 stone pillars were empty. He flew down and occupied one of them, then asked in surprise, "There were more than 1,000 people and only 15 of you are left. We came in batches. The others might still be trapped somewhere," Duanmutsong said. Xianxia thought for a moment and agreed. God knew how many people would be trapped in that kind of great illusion. Could this place still be an illusion? Could it be that everyone is also stuck? At a glance, the weakest among the 15 people present was a peak 7 stars martial emperor. It was simply unbelievable that he could stop them. Duanmutsong laughed. "This isn't an illusion. It's the center of the 1,000 labyrinths. It's indeed an ocean space." The 1,000 labyrinths? Could it be the great illusion from before? Xianxia asked. Xieting laughed. "That's right. This is the great illusionary realm under the main hall of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. There are a total of 1,000 changes, and everyone's experience is different. The fact that young Master Yun was able to escape from it shows how extraordinary his strength is." Duanmutsong blinked and smiled. "There are 2 ways to break through the 1,000 labyrinths. One is to survive the 3 trials, and the other is to break out of the illusion with great divine power. And the difficulty of the 3 tribulations is directly related to the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation, especially the last tribulation, where death can be brought back to life." There was a look of lingering fear on Yunxiao's face. In the last tribulation, countless fierce apes had been entangled in it. If he had not used his divine skill, he would have been in great trouble. His face was slightly ruddy, but using his spiritual energy to use eye techniques was indeed very taxing. "Then what's the situation here?" he asked. "It seems like you're waiting for something." "Hee, you're right," Mu Jie chimed in. "We can't go any further, so we can only wait." "Wait." Xianxia looked puzzled. Mu Jie chuckled. "The layout of this place is extremely simple. However, it's also the most difficult to pass through. There's a limit-triggering restriction in this illusory ocean domain." "What's the limit?" Xianxia asked. "What's the limit?" He was not unfamiliar with this kind of restriction. Many secret realms had it. For example, the age restriction on Mount Meru was also a limit trigger. Mu Jie said, "It's a kind of extreme boundary of power. The power in this area must reach a certain level before it can be converted. However, no one knows how powerful this power is. What? Yunxiao frowned. If the extreme value of the power is infinite, does that mean I'll be trapped here forever? Duanmu Tsang laughed. There's a limit to a man's strength. No matter how great this boundary is, it won't exceed the strength of the person who set it up back then. Moreover, with the passage of 100,000 years, the power of the restriction will also be greatly reduced. If we still can't get through after we have more people, we'll break through by force. Taishu Xieting also said, I've already seen it. The key to this area is on these 18 jade pillars. If we can't get through, we can work together to break the seal. It shouldn't be a problem. I see. Yunxiao nodded. I see. He also waited with peace of mind and consumed some heavenly treasures to recuperate. From time to time, experts would appear on the sea. After seeing everyone, they had the same doubts, and some familiar people would explain. After more than half a day, 70 to 80 people had gathered on the sea. Everyone's strength was different. As expected, the strength of the illusion they encountered was different. It was not the case that the higher one's strength was, the easier it was to pass. Everyone stood quietly in the air above the sea and discussed in low voices. There were 18 people standing on top of the jade pillars, and they were all cultivating calmly with expressionless faces. Suddenly, there was another fluctuation in the space. A tall and thin man in linen clothes appeared in the sea. He was stunned at first, then he frowned. When the martial artists beside him saw this person, they were shocked and hurriedly retreated. The burly man grinned and grabbed at the air, pulling a low-level martial emperor powerhouse out. Come over and tell me what's going on here. The low-level martial sovereign's face turned pale. He seemed to be extremely afraid of this person. He told the man everything he knew in a submissive manner. I see. The burly man looked around and frowned. He snorted. There are so many people here, but the space still hasn't opened. Who knows how long we'll have to wait? He looked down and saw that the 18 people were standing on stone pillars. Their faces were calm and their eyes were closed, as if they were not bothered by the outside world. What? In a flash, he appeared next to Yunxiao. He released his aura and pressed it down on Yunxiao as he shouted, Open your eyes! Yunxiao frowned as he slowly opened his eyes and said, What's the matter? The burly man snorted coldly and said, I'm a little tired from flying. Let me have this pillar and you can get lost. He raised his middle finger and said sarcastically, A 7-stars martial emperor wants to occupy space? You're the weakest out of the 18, so this position is mine. Yunxiao ignored him and continued to close his eyes to regulate his breathing. He had only recovered a little of the primordial energy he had consumed when he used the divine skill. The burly man's face sank and his eyes were filled with anger. With a flash of cold light, he sent a kick flying. With a flash of green light, his leg technique was so fast that the air exploded, and the impact turned into a beam of light that instantly hit Yunxiao's head. Ah! Many people's hearts trembled violently. The head of the young man in front of them was about to explode. They couldn't bear to look at him and hurriedly turned their faces away. Bang! Yunxiao's upper body exploded, but it was not a bloody mess as everyone had imagined. Instead, countless green thunders burst out. The green thunderbolts spread out like dragons, then flashed in the air and gathered together again, turning into Yunxiao's appearance with killing intent in his eyes. The 5 fingers of the giant lightning hand clenched, and countless bolts of lightning gathered together. A ring of lightning fell and caught the burly man in linen clothes. What? The burly man's eyes were filled with fear. He was shocked to find that he had no power to resist the green lightning. I'm a little tired, so I can go and die. A murderous aura rose from Yunxiao's body as a ball of lightning flew out of his hand. Countless thunderbolts spread out like wings, and runes flew all over the sky. Arg! No! Don't! Boom! The ball of lightning exploded on the burly man's body, and countless bolts of lightning shot through his body. The burly man's entire body seemed to be frozen. His mouth was still wide open in fear, but his life force was gradually disappearing as he fell from the sky. Voila, the corpse fell into the sea, and after splashing a circle of waves, it sank without a trace. The nearly 100 people standing in the air all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill surge up their spines, and their bodies instantly turned cold. An 8-stars martial emperor was killed by his opponent in one move. Many people swallowed hard, remembering Xianxia's face clearly in their minds and reminding themselves not to provoke him. The people on the 18 pillars also opened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with shock. To be able to kill an 8-stars martial emperor with one move, his strength must have reached the level of a 9-stars martial emperor at least. However, the person in front of him was clearly only a 7-stars martial emperor. Duanmu Tsang's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not say anything. It was as she had expected. On the other hand, Dark North Yuan Hai's face turned gloomy, and his killing intent became even stronger. I've killed an 8-stars martial emperor, so I'll have to wait for a lot more people, Wuxia chuckled. After the burly man was killed, the entire sea region became much quieter. Everyone waited quietly, and no one dared to cause any more trouble. The number of people continued to increase. When there were more than 100 people, Yen and Yifeng appeared in the sky above the sea. The Beastmaster with triangular eyes and the other two were nowhere to be seen. As another martial emperor powerhouse entered, the 18 jade pillars suddenly lit up. The 100 or so people's expressions all changed as they looked on in bewilderment. Rays of light shot out from the pillars and connected with each other, forming all kinds of complicated patterns on the surface of the sea. The 18 people were all quiet and motionless, not disturbed by the strange phenomenon in front of them. The formation light evolved under their feet, and soon, the light radiated in all directions, covering 100 mu. In an instant, the rippling formation light suddenly disappeared. The entire space changed, and the sea disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was in a large hall that covered an area of 100 mu. They were not unfamiliar with this hall. It was the main hall of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. What? Could it be that after going around in a circle and narrowly escaping death, he returned? Fuck you, I only came here because one of my arms was broken. Which bastard set this up to play with us? I'm going to tear this place down. One of my intrinsic profound level weapons was lost in that illusionary realm. All sorts of curses and complaints rose up, and a maniacal anger spread among the crowd. However, everyone's voices gradually weakened, and in the end, it became very quiet. This was because they realized that the 18 people standing in the main hall were all carefully observing their surroundings. They were not as frantic as they were. Only then did everyone realize that although this hall was exactly the same as the main hall from before, they were not in the same place. Tai Shu Xiating said slowly, "This place should be the overlapping space, which is where the real Black Tortoise Star Palace is located. From the looks of it, the setup is quite simple. I'll set up 1,000 bewildering formation above the real Star Palace's main hall. Then project the Star Palace's main hall through the 1,000 bewildering formation to the other shore." "But there's nothing in this hall," the Dark North Yuan Hai said with a gloomy face. Great Uncle Xiating said, "That's not entirely true. Isn't there a stone tablet there? There should be some records." Everyone followed his gaze, and sure enough, in an unremarkable corner, there was a 7-foot-long stone tablet. The carvings on it could not be seen clearly. Everyone flew over, and they couldn't help but be stunned. The stone tablet was as smooth as jade, and there was not a single word on it. There was only a light yellow talisman stuck on the top of the tablet. "Stop!" Someone reached out to remove the talisman, but Tai Shu Xiating stopped him with a shout. The man retracted his hand resentfully, his face showing some dissatisfaction. "This rune is so strange. I don't even recognize a single rune on it." Mu Jie could not help but reveal a strange expression as she stared at the talisman in a daze. On the other hand, Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and his heart trembled. The faint runes on the talisman were the ancient Maha characters, which were missing a stroke each, just like the characters carved on the stone pillars of the Ocean Emperor's palace. Because the Maha ancient character was formed by the condensation of rules, ordinary objects could not bear it. Therefore, one stroke had to be removed when it was imprinted. Xianxia stared at the talisman for a while, but he didn't say anything. Duanmu Song said, "There's nothing here. Perhaps there's a hidden mechanism. We can only find clues from this stone tablet. This talisman is extremely precious," Xieting said. "It should be a divine talisman that contains the power of the 10th level. I just don't know how much power it still has left." Level 10 divine talisman. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were shining. The person who had wanted to take it off earlier was even more vexed and said, "An ownerless item. Whoever sees it gets it." Xieting glanced at him and said, "If that's the case, then try taking it off if you still want more." The man was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Good. I hope you don't regret it. There's no spiritual chi fluctuation on this stone tablet at all. It should have been exhausted long ago." He stretched out his hand and grabbed the talisman, but it didn't move at all. The man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately activated his Emperor Chi. This time, he easily removed the talisman. The talisman flashed with yellow light, and the incomplete Maha ancient characters began to change. The missing stroke was gradually added. Everyone felt a vast and surging power surge out, and their eyes were wide open. The man was also a little afraid, but he was also pleasantly surprised. The power on the talisman gradually stabilized, and finally, all the Maha ancient characters flashed and disappeared, turning into the appearance of an ordinary talisman. "Ha, ha, ha, I'm fine." The man was overjoyed. With a flip of his hand, he put away the talisman. He looked at the crowd proudly and said, "I'm sorry you let me win. The first treasure of the Star Palace will be mine." Although he felt many malicious and vicious gazes, he was confident that he could leave the hall as soon as he stepped out of the hall. Words. There are words on the stone tablet. Suddenly, someone called out and everyone hurriedly looked over. They saw that where the talisman was removed, 9 small words had indeed appeared. Duanmu Tsong's beautiful eyes turned as he looked at the 9 small words and read them out softly. "Don't take off the divine talisman. Don't take off the divine talisman." Everyone, "Hee. What do you mean?" Muyu glared at him and cursed. "These words are under the yellow talisman and can only be seen if the talisman is removed. They're deliberately toying with us." "That's right. Now that it's been exposed, what do we do?" Everyone started mumbling, and many people shouted, "Should I do as you say and stick it back?" The face of the man who had obtained the divine talisman darkened. He said coldly, "This item is already mine. Don't even think about it." Taishu Xieting also cupped his chin in his hand and pondered. He said, "It's indeed a little strange." Just as he finished speaking, 2 large words suddenly appeared on the stone tablet's smooth surface. "Suppress evil." The characters were written in ancient characters and glowed with a faint golden color. Suddenly, they disappeared. Ka! A tiny crack appeared on the entire stone tablet, and it grew bigger and bigger. In a moment, the entire stone tablet was covered in dense cracks. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, it let out a light explosion and turned into a pile of fine powder. This by an Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in embarrassment, "I have a bad feeling about this." "Me too," Muyu said. The 2 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, a deep ancient sound came from the hall. A sense of decay spread out as if a sleeping ancient beast had awakened. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they immediately became alert, even causing panic. "Calm down," the Dark North Yuan Hai said in a deep voice. 100,000 years have passed, and even the most powerful things have become dregs. That's right, Lord Yuan Hai is right. With our combined strength, there's nothing to be afraid of unless a godly state expert comes, Duanmu Song said calmly. And under the sky, God realm experts have long since disappeared. As soon as the 2 of them spoke, everyone immediately quieted down, allowing the ancient sound to reverberate in the hall. Desolation and sorrow, they wandered around. Listening carefully, a silent and desolate feeling spread in everyone's heart. As if everything was ancient, time had long passed, and only this decadent voice was left in the world. All of a sudden, A green light flickered in the hall, and a rotten corpse appeared. Its entire body was rotten beyond recognition. The moment it appeared, the zombie's eyes opened wide. It had no eyeballs at all, and it charged down with a loud roar. Based on Xianxia's description, they did not think much of the zombie, and did not find it terrifying. On the other hand, Mujie's eyes lit up and flickered with a sharp light. Just as everyone was on high alert, he leaped up and a green ring of light flew out of his hand. He slammed his palm at the zombie. Bang! The palm power hit his chest, creating a big hole. The green light spread to the zombie's body and exploded in all directions. Mujie's pupils shrank and a layer of gray light appeared in her eyes. As if she had seen something, she flicked her 5 fingers and rays of light flew out from her hand. The rays of light suddenly dispersed and turned into palm-sized spider webs. There were more than 10 of them in total, and they were retracted in the air. He saw that there were some small insects covered in each net, and they were wriggling. Mujie was overjoyed. She suddenly formed a hand seal with one hand and pulled the net in the air. With a flash of green light, the 10-odd nets were put together. All of a sudden, the bugs exploded on their own, turning into a thick green poisonous gas that scattered in the air. What? Mujie was startled. The large net enveloped a ball of poisonous gas as it fell. He snorted angrily and swung his arm. The green net immediately shrank into a ball and shot out like a sharp arrow. Bang! The sharp arrow exploded in the void in the distance. Green poisonous gas gushed out and slowly faded. Arg! This thing has an immortal body. One of the warriors cried out in alarm. The corpse that had been smashed into pieces by Mujie's palm moved on the ground like a lump of rotten meat. It slowly gathered together and condensed into a corpse. However, it was even more terrifying and disgusting than before, and it also emitted a pungent rancid smell that made people feel nauseous. Lord Muyu, what's going on? Duanmu Tsang asked. Mujie's face was extremely gloomy as she coldly said, just as I expected. These corpses are being controlled by an extremely powerful corpse puppet. As long as the corpse puppet doesn't die, the corpse won't fall. Duanmu Tsang asked, the corpse puppet is the insect that turned into poisonous gas? How can we kill these corpse puppets? Mujie said, these corpse puppets are different from what I expected. They're not very powerful, but it's not that easy to kill them, so the best way is to use fire. Fire? My strongest technique is fire. A surprised look flashed in the eyes of one of the martial artists. He immediately made a hand seal and opened his mouth, shooting out a huge line of fire. Hoo! The flames instantly engulfed the zombie, and its entire body was set ablaze, crackling as it was burned. A moment later, the zombie was reduced to a pile of charred flesh, leaving behind a human figure that was still emitting thick smoke. However, to everyone's horror, the figure moved, then raised his hand, bent his legs slightly, and shot out, charging at the fire-breathing man at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The man let out a terrifying cry. The zombie's body exuded an extremely strong pressure, sealing the surrounding space. A cold glint flashed in Duanmu Tsang's eyes. He raised his hand and elegantly formed a lotus-shaped finger and pointed at the man. Bang! The zombie's head exploded in an instant, and its entire body was blown away. However, the headless zombie that had fallen to the ground stood up again. This time, everyone's faces turned green, and their mouths were wide open. How could they fight? Mujie snorted coldly. Don't embarrass yourself by using ordinary flames. Only an 8th-rank demonic flame would be able to make these corpse puppets fear you. And this is only the lowest-rank corpse puppet. In a place where a large number of such low-level corpse puppets gather, there will definitely be high-level ones. Humph! I don't believe that only a heavenly flame can hurt it. Humph! Dark North Yuanhai snorted and released a ball of cold chi from his hand. He grabbed at the void and shouted, Ha! A water cloud gathered in the air and froze the headless zombie. Then, it exploded with a bang and turned into countless ice crystals, leaving no bones behind. Beiming Dark Palace's frosty yin chi is indeed powerful. Mujie's eyes narrowed as she said, A hint of pride flashed across the face of the Dark North Primeval Sea as he said, "If it's only zombies of this level, I alone will be enough to deal with 100,000 of them." After the zombie died, the hall flashed with a green light again, followed by 2 and 3 more rays of light. At first, there was a constant flash of green light, and with every flash of light, a zombie would appear. In an instant, hundreds of rotting corpses filled the air above the hall, surrounding everyone. Everyone's hair stood on end, and their scalps went numb. They were not afraid of the zombies' appearance, but they were afraid of the undying bodies that they had seen before. Yunxiao laughed. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Didn't Lord Yuan Hai say that he is the only one who can send 10,000 people? If everyone is afraid, it means that they don't trust Lord Yuan Hai." Right. With Lord Yuan Hai here, what are you afraid of?" Mu Jie's mouth also cracked into a wide smile. Dark North Yuan Hai placed his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Killing these zombies isn't a problem, but why should I help you bunch of trash?" "This Wufu, Lord Yuan Hai's words are too hurtful. We are all trapped in the Star Palace. Who knows what dangers we might face later on? Shouldn't we help each other?" A warrior couldn't help but say in a moment of desperation, which immediately received the response of the crowd, and they all began to criticize. "Hihi. How can there be a free lunch in this world?" The Dark North Primeval Sea wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "If you wish to obtain this old master's protection, you can come behind this old master. However, after leaving this Star Palace, you will owe this old master a favor and have to do one thing for this old master. This buy-in." Everyone's voices became softer and they fell silent. Although his method of blackmail was shameless, there was nothing to say. After all, you're free to do whatever you want, and no one is forcing you. After the zombies appeared, they seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep. They began to move their limbs slowly and spat out clouds of poisonous gas. The entire sky was filled with a rancid smell that made one feel nauseated. Many people started to move and stood behind the people from Beiming Dark Palace. Most of them were martial artists below the Martial Supreme Realm. There were also some low-level Martial Supreme Realm martial artists who were not confident in themselves. They also stood behind the people from Beiming Dark Palace with gloomy faces. Dark North Yuan Hai's face bloomed with joy as he looked at the zombies. No matter how he looked at them, he found them cute. "Fengshe, protect everyone. Let those self-righteous and insensible experts go." The Dark North Primordial Sea instructed and smiled. "Any of you can change your mind at any time." "Yes." Fengshe walked out from behind him. A cold light flashed in his hand as he swept his long spear. A trail of ice formed in the air, forming a large circle. It emitted a terrifying cold air and protected everyone behind it. Arg! Ah! Ah! The zombies that filled the sky gradually became more active. One by one, they opened their eyes and began to rush down. "Actually, there's no need to be too afraid," Mu Jie said. "As long as you're strong enough, you'll be able to shatter their bodies into pieces." He casually waved his palm, and a green light suddenly spread out, blasting into the body of a zombie. Boom! A huge explosion occurred and a green light emerged, directly blowing the zombie into ashes. However, with his strength, after exchanging a few blows with the zombie, they flew toward Fengshe with a changed expression. If it was a one-on-one battle, the group would still dare to fight, but the number of zombies clearly had the upper hand. As the huge ice spear flew in the air, the zombies seemed to be a little afraid and did not dare to fly over. After Duanmutsong crushed a few zombies, his eyes revealed a look of fear. In order to completely kill those corpse puppets, each attack would consume a great deal of origin power, which was much more tiring than killing martial artists of the same rank. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't withstand it at all if this continued. "Sir Muyu, do you have any way to deal with these zombies on a large scale?" Duanmutsong asked. It'll be difficult to do so unless it's an indiscriminate attack like ice and fire," Mu Jie said. He paced back and forth leisurely among the zombies and did not make any moves. It was obvious that he had discovered the same problem as Duanmutsong. These zombies had different levels of strength, and it seemed to be related to their strength when they were alive. However, they were generally much weaker than the newly transformed zombies, probably due to the severe loss of strength. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech was heard. An 8-star Marshal Supreme was careless and was hit on the shoulder by a zombie. His face immediately turned green. The pigmentin continued to expand, and poisonous blood burst out. His entire shoulder began to fester. The man's neck and face turned green in an instant. He clutched his neck with both hands and foam came out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the man's frightened expression disappeared and he became sluggish and rotten. He spat out a rotten breath and began to attack his companions. Ah! Ah! This change immediately caused panic. In an instant, people fell into the trap and turned into zombies. The people who were still struggling panicked and hurriedly ran in the direction of Fengshe, seeking protection from Beiming Dark Palace. Young Master Yun, your lightning-type sacred art, Xianxia, Duanmu Tsang quickly said. Yun Xiao's face darkened as well. He was not a kind man, and he would not take the initiative to block the zombies for them for no reason. But now that everyone has started to rely on the Beiming family, it's extremely disadvantageous to him. Fire like glass. Yun Xiao's eyes shot out cold beams, and his face was as cold as ice. With a whoosh, his body was set on fire, and the raging flames spread all over the sky. He clasped his hands together and separated them. The immemorial astral wind whirled out and the flames around him surged. His face flickered in the flickering flames. Great pinwheel! The flames in the sky whirled, and the entire hall was instantly shrouded in wind and fire. Everyone's faces flickered in the light, and their expressions were different. Mu Jie was shocked. Although he had guessed that Yun Xiao's flame was by no means an ordinary flame, he did not expect it to be so powerful that even his protective emperor aura was slowly melting under the scorching heat. The rest of the people were also shocked. Yun Xiao stood in the air above the eye of the vortex, and the flames that filled the sky were like the embodiment of his proud and aloof temperament, just like his figure. The screams of countless zombies rose and fell as all the disgusting smells were burned away by the flames. Inside the spinning pinwheel, corpses were turned into ashes. The pupils of the Beiming Yuan Hai's eyes contracted as a huge wave was set off in his heart. The cold and yin qi of the Beiming Dark Palace could not be melted by 10,000 flames. Under the flames, the ice trail created by Fengshe's spear was also melting. This kind of flame aura made him, who cultivated extreme cold qi, feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. Killing intent shot out of his eyes as he looked at Yun Xiao with an increasingly cold gaze. After a few breaths of time, all the zombies in the sky were cleared. Yun Xiao retracted his hand seal, and all the flames dissipated. The entire world was quiet. Duanmu Tsang's eyes were also filled with surprise as he said, "Young Master Yun, this would Xianxia." Yun Xiao's expression remained the same, and he gave an irrelevant answer. "Don't let your guard down, everyone. These zombies don't have much attack power, so they should be the remains of 100,000 years ago. The 7 stars Martial Emperor by Zifeng's zombie I encountered before was 100 times stronger." It was only then that the crowd came back to their senses from the shock and joy, and the way they looked at Yun Xiao became even more reverent. Duanmu Tsang replied, "It's probably because the longer the era, the weaker the power. These zombies were probably existences that could rule the heavens and earth 100,000 years ago. For the past 100,000 years, the Black Tortoise Star Palace has been floating in the void. There are no corpses to replenish it, so there shouldn't be much danger in the future." Yun Xiao gave her an indifferent look and said, "Lord Song seems to have forgotten about the 1,000-lost illusionary realm." Duanmu Tsang's body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. The rest of the people also seemed to have thought of something. Their mouths were wide open, and they became frightened. Although the 1,000 Labyrinths is an illusionary realm, the friends who died in there are truly dead, Xie Ting said with a heavy expression. Mu Jie said, no wonder these corpse puppets are of the lowest grade. It's different from what I expected. It's very likely that those high-level zombies went to control those fresh corpses." Xie Ting's eyes darkened as he snorted. "In that case, The 1,000 labyrinths was set up to create corpses? If that's the case, then isn't the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace too evil? Everything is just a guess. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they are, Duanmutsong replied. Who suddenly? There was a heavy breathing sound, low and rotten. Give me back my life. The space rippled, and a figure appeared. His entire body was charred black, and his expression was terrifying. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The man was the 8 Stars martial emperor who had tried to rob him of the stone pillar. It was you who killed me. Give me back my life. The zombie's eyes burst open and shot out a cold green light. There seemed to be worms moving on the skin of its face. Bang! He moved his body, compressed the air, and grabbed in the air. With a green vortex full of rotten smell swirling in his hand, he rushed up with hatred and slapped it at Yunxiao's head while roaring, Die! Die! Since you're already dead, why do you have such an obsession? Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he threw out another wind and fire whirlwind. Bang! The two forces collided, and the aftershock spread in all directions, causing the hall to shake. The flame landed on the zombie's body, causing him to grimace in pain. However, he gritted his teeth and a vicious look appeared in his eyes. He charged forward against the power of the flames. Swish! Sharp claws shot out of the zombie's fingers. Go to hell. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the arm turned into a giant earthworm, as thick as a man's arm, and then fell toward Yunxiao's head. Its sharp claws even left 5 pitch-black cracks in the air, directly tearing the space apart. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, layer by layer like ocean waves, each wave stronger than the last. Although you've become much fiercer, your strength hasn't increased. How are you going to kill me? Under the impact of the primordial energy, Yunxiao remained expressionless and unflustered. He made a hand seal with one hand, and a cold sword will suddenly appeared. One sword to slash the heavens. The cold sword frosty blue light flashed, and a layer of frost sprinkled down. The sword intent was boundless. Swish! The 5 spatial cracks were instantly annihilated by the sword chi, and a blue light crossed the sky. Bang! The huge arm broke off and exploded. Countless small insects that looked like shells crawled out and ran around the broken arm. Ah! The zombie opened its mouth in pain and let out a breath of corpse chi. The countless beetles on his arm spread their wings and flew up into the air, buzzing toward Yunxiao like countless flies. With a sneer, Yunxiao opened the heavenly eye between his brows, and a line of fire shot out of it. When the line of fire touched the corpse puppet, it was instantly set ablaze, and the ball of fire was filled with the sound of explosions. Suddenly, Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a cold light shot out of them. He suddenly reached out with one hand. Swish! As he clenched his fist, the space trembled slightly. Within the Emperor Qi in his palm, a dark green corpse puppet flapped its thin wings desperately, trying to break free. It was spat out of the zombie's mouth, trying to sneak into Yunxiao's body. After losing the corpse puppet, the zombie's expression turned blank and it fell from the sky. A large number of low-level zombies immediately ran out of the rotten body, scattering in all directions. Duanmutsong's beautiful eyes focused as he waved his hand and slapped down. There was a thin layer of mist floating around her palm, like a dream. There was a flash of colorful light, making it impossible to see her palm clearly. Bang! When the palm force hit the corpse, the smoke dispersed and shot in all directions, killing all the corpse puppets. The entire zombie crumbled and slowly melted away in the smoke, leaving nothing behind. A trace of fear flashed through the eyes of the Dark North Yuan Hai as he slowly said, Ethereal and light. The wind and clouds change. What a powerful 5 luo light smoke palm. I wonder what's the relationship between Lord Song and young Master Yu. Duanmutsong retracted his palm and stood still. He said indifferently, It's my brother. What? The Dark North Yuan Hai's body trembled, and he revealed a look of shock. His expression changed. The rest of the people were also shocked. They looked at Duanmutsong with heartfelt respect and fear. The Heaven Amplification Martial Emperor Duanmuyoyu, one of the 10 great titles, was actually her brother. Apart from Yunxiao, everyone present was shocked. The Dark North Yuan Si instantly felt an inexplicable pressure and a burning sensation. Duanmutsong's eyes were fixed on the corpse puppet in Yunxiao's palm, as he said in surprise, "Young Master Yun, is this the head of the corpse puppets?" "No." Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "You'll have to ask Lord Mu Jie." Mu Jie had also been staring at the corpse puppet, and her face revealed a contemplative expression. "It seems to be the case, but I can't be sure. I can only be sure after studying it." "That's great," Yunxiao said. "Then I'll leave this zombie to Lord Muyu. Don't forget the agreement between us." He flipped his 5 fingers and a golden light shot out from his palm. It turned into a golden ball that wrapped around the corpse puppet and then shot down. Mu Jie was overjoyed. With a heh, she grabbed it with her bare hands and observed it with a face full of joy. The rest of the people all had strange expressions, revealing looks of disdain. This kind of thing was something that normal people would avoid, but he was actually happy and had a very happy appearance. "What?" Mu Jie's brows suddenly furrowed. The corpse puppet in her hand, which had already calmed down, suddenly became violent and flapped its thin wings with all its might. A faint corpse chi seeped out of the insect's body, turning into a sharp light that slashed in all directions, trying to break through the golden ball formed by the Emperor Chi. "What's going on?" "This thing's body is emitting an extremely violent emotion." Mu Jie supported her chin with one hand and was a little puzzled. "Pai li pa la." A voice suddenly came from the hall not far away. A dark light appeared in the air, like a sesame seed, constantly emitting a black light like lightning. The black dot grew closer and closer, and in a few breaths, it became the size of a fist. It was like a pitch-black mouth, and a buzzing sound came from it. Eft! The corpse puppet in Mu Jie's hand seemed to have suddenly increased in strength. It suddenly broke through the small golden ball, and rings of rotten air spread out with a high-frequency flap of its wings. After the corpse puppet broke free, not only did it not escape, but it also burrowed into Mu Jie's arm. Mu Jie's expression changed, but she did not panic. She only said softly, "Swish!" A dark brown arm guard suddenly appeared on his arm. The corpse puppet crashed into the arm guard, emitting a faint golden light, and then bounced off. The corpse puppet seemed to have some intelligence. After being bounced away, it no longer attacked and instead flapped its wings to fly into the distance. "Humph! It would be a joke if I let you escape." The corners of Mu Jie's mouth rose, revealing a trace of ridicule. Her 5 fingers grabbed forward. Shooting out 5 rays of blue light, they quickly interwove in the air, turning into a spider web that instantly trapped the corpse puppet. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. "Lord Mu Jie," Yunxiao suddenly said, "this zombie can be crushed to death. I'm afraid it's not worth much." "What?" Mu Jie snorted in confusion, and her pupils suddenly shrank. A layer of gray chi appeared in her eyes as she looked at the ball of black light in the distance. The fist-sized black hole was still expanding, and a buzzing sound could be heard from within. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that hundreds and thousands of corpse puppets had appeared. They were exactly the same as the one that was covered by the green net. "Why are there so many of them?" This time, even he was shocked. The rest of the martial artists were even more shocked. When they thought about the power of this corpse puppet, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Behind the thousands of corpse puppets, a large number of human figures slowly appeared. They revealed their true faces. They were the warriors who had come to the Two-World Mountain with them. At this moment, their faces were gloomy with a faint green color. Their eyes were filled with a rotten aura without a trace of life. Gulp! Many people were gulping. As soon as these corpse puppets and martial artists appeared, they brought great pressure to them. It was like a mountain pressing on everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. "So it's from a street stall." Mu Jie's expression also became grave, but she still made a grabbing motion with her 5 fingers, and the azure net immediately transformed into sharp blades that cut toward the center. With a bang, The corpse puppet was instantly crushed into pieces. We're in big trouble now. I hope everyone can put down their prejudices and go all out to fight the enemy together, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Otherwise, we'll suffer great losses. You're right, Lord Xiating, especially for the high-level martial supreme powerhouses present. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, Duanmu Song replied. Young Master Yun, can your windmill move restrain these zombies and zombies? Mujie raised her head and asked. Of course, it can restrain them, Yun Xiao said seriously. It's just that these corpse puppets and zombies are stronger than the previous ones, so they won't have such a shocking effect. And what worries me is that there seems to be something even more powerful in that black hole. Young Master Yun, you're right. I'm afraid the mastermind of these zombies is still in the black hole, Duanmu Song said. Humph, let's think about what to do with these things in front of us first. The other party's overall strength seems to be above us. Dark North Yuan Hai snorted and said with a cold face, I completely agree with Lord Song's idea of working together. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The 9 Stars Martial Emperor powerhouses were basically unflustered and did not face any real danger. However, the other martial artists' expressions had already changed one by one. Without protection, no one had the confidence to survive in the face of hundreds and thousands of zombies. The reason why he suddenly asked this question was because more than half of the warriors were under the protection of his beaming dark palace, so it was very difficult for him to do it alone. I'm sorry, my strength is limited. I could only protect myself, Mu Jie said sarcastically. Lord Mu Jie's strength is heaven-defying, and the Mu family's divine arts are even more amazing. It's worthy of a great responsibility, said the Dark North Primordial Sea indifferently. He knew Mu Jie's temperament very well, so he immediately flattered her. Mu Jie knew that it was flattery, but she still clenched her right fist and coughed a few times before saying, You're too kind. Lord Yuan Hai's profound Yin Qi and young Master Yun's heaven-defying divine fire will definitely have a miraculous effect when combined, Duanmu Song said happily. With the addition of us high-level martial sovereigns, we'll definitely win this battle. I was basically the only one who did it just now, Yun Xiao snorted. Now it's time for me to take a rest and see Lord Yuan Hai show his power. He sneered and flew down from the sky. He stood on the ground with his arms crossed, as if he didn't intend to attack. Can't I clean up these scums without you? The Dark North Yuan Hai said coldly. You're only capable of breathing fire. You're overestimating yourself. Duanmu Song seemed to have a slight headache. He knew that the two of them had a deep grudge, so he did not force them. Master Xiating, can you set up a formation to ensure everyone's safety? She had another concern. If one more person on her side died, the other side would have one more person. This would cause endless trouble in the future. Taishu Xiating had also thought of this and said, I can set up a 5-order sword flag formation. It should have a miraculous effect. That's great. Duanmu Song was overjoyed. Taishu Xiating nodded. He took out a long box from his sleeve and put a few incantations into it. 5 rays of light shot out. 5 swords emerged from the light and stabbed into the ground around them. One of them was left in the center, and it fell slowly to Taishu Xiating's hand. In his other hand, a purple flag appeared and spread out in the air. The 5 swords resonated with each other, and sword chi surged up one after another, gathering into a sea in the sky above the hall. Then, it slowly spread out, condensed into a barrier, and disappeared in a flash. After doing all this, Taishu Xiating planted the purple flag into the ground. He made a sword gesture with his hand and closed his eyes. All the warriors were overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. They could feel the power of this formation, and they were grateful to Taishu Xiating. Mu Jie kept her eyes on the front and said, Strange. Why aren't these things moving at all? It's as if time has stopped. They can't be afraid of us, right? Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he asked suspiciously. There was a terrifying aura coming from the black hole just now, but it seems to have disappeared without a trace. Duanmu Song frowned. He made hand seals in the air with one hand. Every movement was extremely slow. After 9 changes, he pointed in the air. Suddenly, a strange silver rune appeared from his finger and disappeared in a flash. The moment the silver rune appeared, Duanmu Song's eyes widened in shock. His body could not help but tremble as he shouted, "Be careful, everyone! What's going on?" asked the Dark North Primordial Sea in a deep voice. "I did a rough calculation just now. It's an ominous sign of a mountain of corpses," Duanmu Song said solemnly. "Why would I?" The Dark North Primordial Sea was shocked. Although the corpse puppets and zombies in front of him were numerous and had an astonishing aura, they lacked top experts. It would only take a little more effort to destroy them. Suddenly, the spell formation flickered. A black glow appeared and shot out an arc of light like lightning, forming a small black ball. Ah! The moment the small ball appeared, the nearest martial artist suddenly screamed, and his body inexplicably decayed, becoming gloomy and terrifying. Not good. Everyone was shocked. With a hua sound, they scattered and distanced themselves from the black light ball. A buzzing sound came from the light ball, and in an instant, a large number of corpse puppets flew out and rushed in all directions. Shit! This thing directly teleported in. Everyone's heart trembled, and they scattered in all directions in shock. However, the speed of the corpse puppet was extremely fast, and in an instant, a large number of martial artists were hit, and they began to decay with miserable screams. Ah! The surroundings were instantly thrown into chaos. Duanmu Song and the others were also dumbfounded. They had been caught off guard in an instant. The 5 command sword flag array that Taishu Xieting had set up was completely useless. Not good. The ones outside are starting to attack. The corpse puppets and zombies in the distance also began to move. They were extremely fast and rushed up in a few flashes. In addition to the corpse puppets' attacks, the corrupted experts inside the array formation also began to turn into enemies, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they searched for targets. The entire crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. All kinds of light shot out, and shrieks and screams rose and fell. In an instant, the battle had turned into a huge mess. Bastard! All of you go to hell! In his anger, the Dark North Primeval Sea's eyes shot out cold stars as a wave of profound in-chi danced in the crowd. The zombies that were hit by his palm force were instantly frozen. Their entire bodies lost their functions, and even the corpse puppets were frozen to death. Taishu Xieting also shouted in anger. The sword in his hand began to dance, and the surrounding sword momentum suddenly turned into countless sword lights, which suddenly shot toward the corpse puppets and rotten corpses outside. "Everyone, don't hold back. Give it your all," Fang Shi also shouted. He thrust his spear at the flying corpse puppets with extreme speed. This time, even Yunxiao could not sit still. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly trembled. The fist-sized black hole inside the formation suddenly became the size of a millstone, and a terrifying aura came from it. With the appearance of this aura, the corpse puppets and zombies became even more violent, and their battle strength rose sharply. Corpse Puppet King. The Corpse Puppet King is inside. Mu Jie's eyes lit up. She was surprised and overjoyed, but she was more excited than anything else. Suddenly, a white light flashed and Duanmu Song's figure appeared above the black hole. He shouted, "We can't let it out." Duanmu Song's hands danced in the air as golden seals were sent into the black hole. Immediately, a layer of dense golden light barrier appeared in front of the black hole, sealing off the aura of the Corpse Puppet King. "Lord Xieting," she shouted after the last incantation seal was cast. Taishu Xieting withdrew his sword, his face stern as he shouted, "Understood!" He flicked his long sword on the ground, and the purple flag immediately flew up and shot toward the black hole. The purple flag fluttered, and a golden thread appeared on it, slowly extending. In a breath, he drew out a picture of a fierce beast. It was as if it was alive, and roars came from it. At the same time, the sword light in the surroundings condensed and rushed toward the center in an instant. 4 long swords appeared around the black hole. They glowed with cold light and formed a sword talisman that pressed down on the black hole. The black hole's expansion was stopped. Bang! Just as the few of them heaved a sigh of relief, a martial artist's chest suddenly exploded, creating an identical black hole. Soon after, he was sucked into the hole and completely disappeared. When the black hole appeared, it was the size of a fist. In an instant, it expanded to the size of a millstone, and two dark green rays of light flashed within. Xianxia suddenly felt a cold air rising up from his spine, and his scalp inexplicably went numb. This was an instinctive vigilance of a warrior. Swish! The black hole disappeared instantly, as if it had turned into a black light, flashing away at an extremely fast speed. It's dangerous! A few voices were heard at the same time. They all looked at Taishu and Xieting in horror. The black light suddenly appeared above Taishu and Xieting and pounced down. Although Taishu Xieting couldn't catch the speed of the black light, he had a premonition, so he had been on guard. At this moment, he raised his long sword and several seals shot out from the sword. The 4 swords that were suppressing the black hole also flew up. 5 swords soared in the air and slashed at the black light. Bang! The 5 swords bloomed with a dazzling light, but they were suppressed by the black light. Within the sword light, the black light had long disappeared. There was only a corpse puppet the size of a baby. Its sharp wings were spread open, and black chi flickered on them. Countless slender feet were pressing on the sword. Taishu Xieting's expression changed drastically. He felt that the power of the 5 swords was too heavy for him to withstand. He took a step back, and with a bang, the steel and stone on the ground were crushed. King of Corpse Puppets! Wuxia cried out in excitement, her eyes filled with surprise. The moment the King of Corpse Puppets appeared, all the corpse puppets and zombies in the hall seemed to tremble involuntarily. The light of the 5 swords was suppressed in an instant. Taishu Xieting's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the purple flag beside him and threw it over. The roars of ferocious beasts came from the purple flag. Eft! The corpse puppet king flapped its wings, and the surrounding space instantly shattered. Countless cracks extended, and the flag was instantly cut into pieces. Bang! 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 The 4 long swords were also knocked away one by one. Just as Taishu Xieting was on the verge of death, a white mist suddenly rose from the surroundings. A small, fair hand shuttled back and forth, 2 fingers holding a flower that was neither flower nor mist, lightly and dazzlingly slapping towards the corpse puppet king. The king of corpse puppets seemed to sense danger. It flapped its wings, and countless spatial cracks appeared, slashing toward the jade-like hand. But what was shocking was that when her jade-like hand patted down, the white mist smoothed out all the spatial cracks, as if it was a crease being ironed. The corpse puppet king's body trembled, and it rushed up. The saw teeth in its mouth were as sharp as blades, and with a single movement, it cut open the space and charged up to meet the white mist. Bang! The space trembled as a terrifying black and white power spread out. Countless spiritual pressure shot out in all directions, causing the entire hall to tremble. The 2 forces were in a stalemate, and the hall was divided into black and white. Squeak! The king of corpse puppets seemed to be injured. It kept making sharp sounds, and its wings were trembling at a high frequency, almost transparent. Countless corpse puppets and zombies abandoned their respective battles and flew over from all directions to attack Duanmutsong. Especially the hundreds of zombies that flickered in the air, like a school of carps crossing the river. It was an extremely disgusting sight. Among the zombies were thousands of corpse puppets, and their buzzing sounds echoed throughout the entire hall. All the martial artists heaved a sigh of relief, but they could not relax no matter what. They watched in horror as the zombies rushed into the white mist. Humph! Humph! A cold snort sounded, and everyone felt their bodies tremble. They couldn't help but shiver, feeling extremely cold, as if they had instantly fallen into an ice cellar. Frozen jade water Xianxia. The voice of the dark north primordial sea faintly rang out, and the entire space seemed to freeze in an instant. The movements of all the zombies slowed down. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with coldness. He grabbed in the air and a vast force spread out, sending a terrifying chill in all directions. Yun Ruxu. The entire hall suddenly trembled, and everyone only felt a vast expanse of whiteness. The entire ice cellar collapsed in an instant, as if the universe had been turned upside down and the universe was being washed again. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies and corpse puppets exploded in an instant. The skin of the remaining powerful ones was covered in a layer of frost, and many places cracked. After the attack, the fierceness in his eyes didn't decrease. He crossed his hands in front of his body and an ice ring appeared, floating up and down. 1,000 li of mountains and rivers. His long hair fluttered behind him, and his entire body was dotted with cold stars. His killing intent was high and mighty. His 5 fingers spread out and formed a strange seal, which he pointed at the king of corpse puppets. Kong Biechong. Hoo 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 hoo. A cold wind seemed to be blowing in the sky of ice and snow. Countless ice crystals condensed and turned into a long, sharp pillar, which suddenly stabbed forward. Boom! The 2 spiritual pressures from Duanmutsong and the king of corpse puppets instantly lost their balance. The black light suddenly collapsed, shattering along with the sky. The icicle streaked across the sky and struck the hard shell on the back of the corpse puppet with a crack. It continuously shattered and pushed the corpse puppet king back several hundred meters. Roar! There were still dozens of undead zombies in the sky. Although they were covered in frost, they roared and rushed towards the dark north primordial ocean. The white mist dispersed and Duanmutsong's figure appeared. Although his face was covered with a thin veil, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Humph! A bunch of trash. When I was alive, I didn't even look up to you. Now that you're dead, I'm even more amused. Dark North Yuan Hai formed a hand seal and a green saber shadow appeared in front of him, slashing around. Shadow Blade. A green shadow swirled out and cut through the dozens of zombies with a bang bang, splitting the entire space into 2. Dozens of zombies were split open, but they were not dead. Their upper bodies were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws while their lower bodies were kicking wildly. Suddenly, the corpse puppet king in the distance trembled and let out an ear-piercing squeak. All the zombies stopped in their tracks. The layer of frost covering the surface of his skin cracked with a pa sound, and countless small corpse puppets crawled out from it, making buzzing sounds. Because these corpse puppets were hiding within the corpses of the experts, they managed to escape the cold Yin Chi from before. Dark North Yuan Hai's eyes narrowed as he grabbed at the air. A ball of ice clouds appeared around his fist and he punched out. Boom! It was like an avalanche and frost filled the sky. Black ripples suddenly appeared on the bodies of the small corpse puppets. As the black ripples spread out, the corpse puppets were disappearing one by one. In the distance, the same power spread out from the body of the king of corpse puppets, as if resonating with it. Whoosh! The flying frost struck the zombies and froze them like human-shaped ice sculptures. The corpse puppets that hadn't disappeared in time also instantly turned into ice crystals, completely losing their vitality. The space around the king of corpse puppets fell like raindrops. Black ripples spread out densely, and those small corpse puppets appeared one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Cries filled the sky as thousands of corpse puppets flew around. After circling a few times, they all flew towards the corpse puppet king and disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, the king of corpse puppets' body trembled a few times before it expanded several times and turned into a millstone. The details of its body structure also became clearer. At first glance, that strange and disgusting appearance was creepy. It was actually absorbed by it. Interesting. Just as everyone was feeling disgusted and creeped out, Mu Jie began to observe with great interest, causing everyone to look down on her. Its power has increased greatly. Everyone, please be careful. Duanmu Tsong's expression changed slightly. She had exchanged a blow with the king of corpse puppets previously, and they were practically on par. Now that one side was stronger, it would probably be difficult to contend again. Great Uncle Xie Ting said, "That's good. It saves us the trouble of having countless little worms. They're really difficult to deal with. This way, We'll have an even more obvious target if we all attack together. Everyone had the same feeling. Without those corpse puppets, their hearts were slightly more at ease. There were more than 100 people who had entered the hall, but after the commotion just now, less than half of them had died, leaving only 70 to 80 people. However, they were all true experts. Everyone, please hold back. Don't kill it, Wuxia shouted. Everyone's face darkened, and they thought to themselves, if he had the chance, he would definitely kill it. Strange. Why has this thing become so quiet? Could it be that it's also greatly exhausted and is recovering its strength? Duanmu Tsang frowned. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, after absorbing those little corpse puppets, its strength has reached its peak. It's definitely not recovering its strength. I have a bad feeling that big trouble is coming. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at him. Wuxia blinked and asked, what big trouble? Although this thing is powerful, we only need to send out a few people to completely subdue it. That's why I said it's a big problem, Yunxiao said. It's a big problem. Have you ever thought about the use of the divine talismans on the evil-suppressing steel? That's a 10th grade divine talisman. Could it be used to suppress such an ugly thing? This thing has lived for over 100,000 years, and it's only lost a lot of its power. Wuxia replied nonchalantly. If it was 100,000 years ago, we might not have been able to defeat him even if we joined forces. I thought so at first, Yunxiao said. But now I can't agree with you at all. Do you think this thing has intelligence? If it had been a god-level object 100,000 years ago, it would have gained intelligence. Even if its cultivation level had fallen, at least it would still have intelligence. Moreover, is this the extent of the ominous omen that Lord Song had calculated before? Wuxia was stunned, and her expression turned strange. You're saying that there's something even more powerful that hasn't come out yet. Duanmu Song's heart trembled as well. The ominous divination from before still lingered in his heart and had not dissipated. No matter what, let's get rid of this corpse puppet king first. Who is willing to fight with me? There are many people, so 5 people is the most suitable. I'm interested in this, count me in, Wuxia said. The rest of the people all went silent. Although they were crossing the same boat, they didn't want to do something so dangerous for nothing. Are you interested, young Master Yun? Duanmu Tsang asked. Of course not. Yunxiao shook his head. I'm not. Duanmu Tsang's eyes seemed to reveal a bitter smile. He did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. She could only look at the beaming Yuan Ocean and said, Lord Yuan Hai, as an elder of Beiming Dark Palace, you have the responsibility and obligation to take on great responsibilities. I've expended a lot of energy just now, said Dark North Yuan Hai indifferently. Let Fang Shi go. With his ability, he will definitely be able to help Lord Song. Fang Shi kept his spear and walked forward valiantly, exuding a heroic spirit. 2 more friends, please. Duanmu Tsang nodded. He shouted a few times, but no one responded. Anger flashed in Duanmu Tsang's eyes. He said coldly, as a woman, I know what the Tao is. Although there are thousands of people, I will go forward. You are all men, but no one dares to fight. If that's the case, then this mistress only needs to protect herself and let the corpse puppet king go. With this mistress's abilities, I'm quite confident in leaving this place alive. Taishu Xieting said, this old man has a suggestion. Why don't we all follow Lord Song's lead? Everyone must accept Lord Song's orders. Only then can we get through this difficult time together. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to discuss in whispers with different opinions. Lord Song is wise and astute. As long as you can handle things fairly, I agree with you. The Dark North Primordial Sea said. As soon as he agreed, a large number of people also had no objections. Yunxiao nodded slightly as well. In such a situation, without a core leader, they would be a pile of loose sand, and the corpse puppet had easily killed nearly half of them before. A few other powerhouses frowned, obviously unwilling, but they couldn't say anything in the general direction. Duanmu Tsang's beautiful eyes flickered. When he saw that no one objected, he said, since everyone is willing to recommend this concubine as the leader, then this concubine will temporarily hold this position. If there is anyone who is not willing to accept the assignment, please leave. I'm willing to listen to your orders, the Dark North Primordial Sea replied. When those who were slightly unconvinced heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but they did not have any conflicting emotions. Duanmu looked over and casually pointed at a man with a beard. This should be Lord Du Yuqing, the Lord of Yan'an City. There was quite a commotion in the surroundings, and everyone revealed shocked expressions. Du Yuqing was expressionless. He only took a few steps forward and said, "I'm willing to listen to Lord Song's orders." "Thank you," Duanmu said. Her eyes turned and landed on a rich old man. This friend must be Sir Bai Haodong, who has recently risen to fame. This caused an even greater uproar. Bai Haodong's fierce reputation had spread far and wide recently, and almost everyone in the North region knew about him. Bai Haodong chuckled and put down his hands that were crossed in front of him. This old man is also willing to listen to Lord Song's orders. "That's enough," Duanmu said. "The 5 of us will encircle and annihilate the corpse puppet king. Lord Yuan Hai, young Master Yun, the 2 of you will be in charge of supporting the formation." The 2 of them frowned. It was obvious that they were not comfortable with being sent together. "All right," Yun Xiao said. "Don't worry, Lord Song." Dark North Yuan Hai also snorted but didn't say anything. "If that's the case, it's foolproof. Let's go," Duanmu said. Her figure flickered and immediately appeared 100 meters away. She was in the sky above the millstone-sized corpse puppet and looked down. Then, he pinched his fingers together and pointed down in the air. Swish! A ray of light shot down, and sparks flew. The corpse puppet king, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly went into a trance, leaving only an afterimage behind as it disappeared from its original spot. Ha! A spear ray streaked across the sky, shooting out 10 zhong and pointing at a place in the sky. Bang! The space exploded, and cold air shot in all directions. But the corpse puppet was nowhere to be seen. "This thing is good at hiding. This old master has a little toy that can come in handy." Mu Jie smiled. A white light flashed in her hand, and a short dagger spun. He quickly pinched his fingers with one hand and pointed upwards, shouting, "Go!" The flying knife spun a few times before it shot out and slashed at a space. Swish! The space there was in a daze, and the figure of the king of corpse puppets appeared. Its thin wings flapped, and a wave of energy fanned over, shaking the flying knife away. Then, his body became blurry and he disappeared on the spot. After the flying knife was sent flying, it circled in the air and then strangely hacked toward another space. Dang! A burst of spiritual pressure spread out, and the corpse puppet king's body immediately appeared where the flying knife had cut. The shell had taken a hit, but it was not a big deal. "This saber is amazing. It can track and attack automatically," Duanmu said happily. "Hee hee." Mu Jie laughed complacently. "It's a pity that the attack is too weak. However, its tracking skills are unparalleled. In addition, the material it is made of is extremely hard. It specialized in breaking concealment techniques." "That's enough." Du Yuqing's figure flickered, and he directly punched out in the direction where the flying knife had slashed. Under the force of the fist, the surrounding space was compressed into a piece and stacked towards that node. Boom! A force exploded, and the king of corpse puppets flew out. Its wings flapped fiercely as if it had been provoked, and it charged directly at Du Yuqing. Du Yuqing was not flustered. He kept making hand seals with both hands, forming a circular seal. Blood-colored spots appeared on it, and he pressed it down. Bang! The seal directly hit the corpse puppet's body and blocked its impact, but it couldn't completely stop it. The king of corpse puppets rushed out of the explosion. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and 2 fingers came together to form a seal. A sword light shot out from the void, slashing up. Bang! The king of corpse puppets spat out a ray of black light from its mouth and destroyed the sword chi. It seemed to have determined that Du Yuqing was the one it was chasing, not letting go. Du Yuqing's expression darkened. Green light flickered under his feet, turning into countless afterimages all of a sudden. It was impossible to tell his real body apart. Feng Shi's battle spear swept, and an ice mark streaked across the sky, instantly striking the corpse puppet king. Pa! An ice crystal formed where the tip of the spear touched, instantly freezing a small part of the corpse puppet king's body. Soon after, a ray of red light fell from the sky. It was a square brick. It was shining with golden light, and there were runes surging on it. Boom! The brick smashed fiercely on the king of corpse puppet's head, and the entire space trembled as a terrifying power spread out. Not good! Bai Haodong's figure appeared in the air, and he grabbed the brick in the air. He quickly retreated and shouted, "This thing is going to self-destruct." Boom! Just as it finished speaking, the king of corpse puppet's body flashed with black light and suddenly exploded. An impact force spread out in all directions. The 5 people were all shocked and hurriedly dodged. This momentum was much worse than expected, but what was shocking was that under the explosion, it actually exploded into tens of thousands of little corpse puppets, covering the sky and earth as they rushed into the crowd. Everyone was shocked and retreated vigilantly. A figure flickered in the air as Xianxia took a step forward, his body ablaze with raging flames. Under the power of the strong wind, he formed a flaming tornado that swept toward the corpse puppets. Pai Li Pa La! A large number of corpse puppets exploded under the flames. These things were countered by fire in the first place, not to mention level 10 divine fire and the violent nature of the immemorial astral wind. They would practically die upon contact. Walala! The corpse puppets weren't stupid. They immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Yunxiao's eyes darkened as he waved his hands and pushed them forward. The tornado of flames rapidly chased after the corpse puppets and burned them, forcing the tens of thousands of corpse puppets into a corner of the hall with no way to escape. "Don't burn them all to death," Mu Jie hurriedly shouted. Humph! At the thought of the wondrous spirit eyes, Yunxiao snorted coldly and put away the fire. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as a terrifying force exploded from the tornado he was controlling. Instantly, 6 extremely sharp sword chi shot out. Not good. The sword chi was as strong as lightning and terrifying. A strange force emerged in Yunxiao's eyes as he suddenly twisted the space and bent his body in an extremely strange posture to avoid the sword. The other 5 people's expressions also changed drastically, and they hurriedly used their divine abilities to meet the attack. Yunxiao looked over in horror and saw a dark figure slowly emerge from the flames. Those corpse puppets that had not died flew to one place one after another, and in an instant they turned into the king of corpse puppets again, but their aura was much weaker. The king of corpse puppets flew down and quietly waited at the feet of that figure, seemingly very obedient. The master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace? Duanmucang was shocked. The man didn't answer. The flames gradually disappeared, and the man's face was revealed. His whole body was festering. He was also a rotten corpse. However, he was clearly different from the zombies from before. His clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and it was clear that he was extremely intelligent. The king of corpse beetles kept making squeaking sounds. No one knew what it was talking about, but it seemed to be extremely excited as it paced back and forth under the feet of the zombies. The light in the zombie's eyes flickered. Although his eyes were clear, he seemed to be in a daze as if he had not seen anyone for a long time. A muffled voice came out of his mouth. "How many years has it been? If you're the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace, then 100,000 years have passed," Duanmucang replied seriously. 100,000-year-old Kasaya. The zombie's face was covered in rotten flesh, and no expression could be seen. Only its eyes could reveal a little emotion. "What are you guys doing here?" The zombie's eyes swept across everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Duanmucang said, "Heaven's will is working. The Black Tortoise Star Palace has reappeared in the borderline mountain. We are very curious. That's why we are here to investigate." The zombie's eyes were filled with surprise as he said in a deep voice, "The Black Tortoise Star Palace has reappeared in the borderline mountain? This is not the void, but the realm of heavenly martial arts." His calm eyes began to ripple, revealing the extreme fluctuations in his inner emotions. Duanmu-tsang's beautiful eyes focused as if he felt something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you the Star Palace Master?" The zombie's eyes gleamed as it swept its gaze across everyone. It seemed to have a strange expression on its face as it gave an irrelevant answer. Are there really no more immortal state warriors under the sky? Those who were pointed at by his gaze felt their bodies shake, as if they had been completely seen through. And his words made everyone even more shocked. 100,000 years ago was precisely the era when deity realm powerhouses started to die out. What do you mean? Duanmu-tsang asked in shock. Could it be that you've seen a swan and eye before? Or that you're already in the swan and eye 10 directions divine realm? The zombie's eyes rolled and it lifted its head slightly to look at the ceiling of the hall, as if it could see through time and space. On that festering face, a complicated expression was revealed. Although his protruding eyes were ugly and terrifying, they flickered with dark clouds, as if they were chasing time and leaving traces of time. Please say something. From what you said just now, you seem to know the secret that the realm of heavenly martial arts can't become a god. I hope you can tell us. Dark North Yuan Hai couldn't hold it in any longer. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and had a grim and solemn expression. His eyes were filled with desire. Becoming a god was undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of all experts. Everyone's face was dark, and the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Although there were nearly 100 people, the silence was terrifying. Also, I'm very interested in the Black Tortoise Star Palace. I hope to discuss it with you, Great Uncle Xieting said. Meanwhile, Mujie thought for a moment and said, "Are you selling this zombie?" The zombie said, "Hee. I'm willing to buy it at a high price. I won't let you suffer a loss," Mujie coughed twice and said. The zombie looked at the corpse puppet king affectionately and said, "It's all thanks to you accompanying me for the past 100,000 years." The king of corpse beetles jumped excitedly. It leaped up and its body shrunk. It laid on the shoulder of the zombie and used its thin wings to rub its rotten face. The scene was extremely creepy, but the zombie's face was filled with warmth. It reached out and patted the king of corpse beetles on the head a few times. A wisp of light green smoke came out from the zombie's hand. It was obviously a highly toxic substance, but the king of corpse beetles' small eyes flickered, very pleased. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. Could it be that you knew that there was something strange about the world 100,000 years ago, so you sealed yourself up and escaped into the void world to avoid being implicated? He had learned from Dijia that the reason why there were no more godly state experts in the sky was because the rules of 10 directions were missing. There must have been a great change in the world back then which led to this. Although the others did not understand the whole story, they all trembled, as if they agreed with Yunxiao's point of view. The zombie came back to his senses. "Stop making wild guesses," he said. "I'm not the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. I'm also eager to know why the Black Tortoise Star Palace suddenly returned to the Two-World Mountain." "What? You're not the owner of this place?" Duanmu-tsang was shocked and said in shock, "What about the owner of this place? Are you still alive?" The zombie's expression turned strange. He thought for a while before he said, "Maybe he's dead, Ingluo." He looked at the crowd and said, "I've been away from the world for too long. Let me know what happened in the past 100,000 years." He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, a vortex appeared around Duanmu-tsang, who was at the forefront, and instantly captured her. The zombie clenched its fingers and the spatial vortex flew toward him along with Duanmu-tsang. "Stop!" Duanmu-tsang's expression changed drastically. Judging from the zombie's cold demeanor and indifferent tone, it seemed like it wanted to search its soul directly. She shouted and threw her hands forward. A ribbon with hundreds of butterflies flying through the flowers flowed like the moonlight and poured down. It extended more than 10 feet. The ribbon fluttered around her body, and instantly, a colorful scene appeared. Hundreds of butterflies flapped their wings, dancing the autumn frost, and her entire person became a fairy among butterflies. The spinning vortex suddenly stopped and the space force around it was broken by the butterfly's wings. Duanmu Song retracted his ribbon. With a flash of white light, he leaped back and returned to the crowd. His eyes were filled with anger and vigilance as he exchanged glances with the zombie. What do you mean by this? Heh, there's no lack of experts among you, and you're considered strong in this world. I don't want to fight with you guys. Just let me search the soul of any one of you, and I'll understand the current situation of the heavenly martial realm. The zombie said slowly, leaving everyone stunned. If you're just trying to understand the situation, why do you have to take lives? Duanmu Tsang snorted angrily. It's too troublesome to ask slowly, the zombie replied. I'm sorry, but no one would be willing to have their soul searched by you, Duanmu Tsang said coldly. That's expected. After all, no one wants to die. The zombie nodded. His words were deeply touching, and a look of emotion appeared on his rotten face. But someone has to die. Everyone was on high alert and they were all on guard. The zombie tilted its head and its eyes flickered. I'll do it myself, then. After sleeping for 100,000 years, is my martial arts still there? He seemed to be trying hard to recall the martial technique. However, everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Those sword energies just now were not weaker than any of the experts present. Yes, I remembered some, but I don't know if it's enough. The zombie cupped his chin with his hand, the light in his eyes growing brighter and brighter as if his spirituality was returning to him. Is none of you willing to sacrifice a little? I really don't want to kill anyone. Yunxiao could not help but mock. You really don't want to kill? How many people have the 1,000 labyrinths and these corpse puppets killed? This corpse puppet is also your pet, right? Why are you pretending to be a saint at this time? The zombie gave Yunxiao a glance and was taken aback for a moment, but then he nodded and said, the original design of this star palace was to isolate it from the outside world for all eternity. It sank into the void to prevent people from entering. I didn't expect that it would finally see the light of day again. I'm afraid that no one in the past had expected this. The people from back then? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, you are talking about the itinerant cultivators in the Two-World Mountain, right? In that case, you were also one of the itinerant cultivators in the Two-World Mountain. The zombie's face darkened, as if he was extremely angry. His eyes glowed with an ominous light. As his eyes were almost completely exposed, his entire face seemed to be filled with killing intent. We'll stick to our previous arrangement, Duanmu Tsang said in a low voice. The 5 of us will test this person's strength first. Lord Yuan Hai and young Master Yun will stay behind, and the rest will be at your disposal. Everyone nodded, knowing that there would be a fierce battle coming up. Yun Xiao stared at the zombie and said coldly, What? You don't even dare to admit your own identity. Die! The zombie spat out a single word with a murderous look. Before anyone could see him move, a dark green sword chi shot out and slashed at Yun Xiao. The space was instantly split open, and a sharp intent came down from the sky. Yun Xiao's face darkened, and his pupils constricted. Not only was the sword chi extremely sharp, but it was also highly corrosive, as if it was born with a deadly poison. Ha! Sword chi burst out of his body as well. A cold light flashed in the surroundings and cut off the pressure of the other party's sword light. His body shook, leaving only an afterimage, and he disappeared. Bang! The green sword beam immediately pierced through Yunxiao's afterimage and slashed backward, slamming into the stone wall of the hall and leaving a sword mark. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. In the battle with the corpse puppet just now, no matter how many people used their divine powers, they could not leave a single mark on the hall. Yet, this zombie's casual sword attack was so fierce. Go! When Duanmu Tsang saw the zombie's angry attack, he immediately understood that Yun Xiao was deliberately provoking it. In a flash, she appeared above the dome, and a ribbon with 100 butterflies and flowers scattered down. It was as if a white rainbow had descended from the 9 heavens. The ribbon fluttered in the wind, and butterflies were dancing in it. It was colorful and looked like a garden. Not only did it not have any killing intent, but it also had a bit of immortal aura. However, the zombie raised its eyes and pointed its finger. A green light flashed and sword chi filled the air. Swish! A green sword chi directly shot up, cutting the entire 100-flower garden in half. There was even poison directly stuck on the ribbon, and the light and floating spiritual light disappeared. Duanmutsang was shocked and quickly retracted the ribbon. There were green spots on it and poisonous smoke was constantly emitting from it. In her shock, she tore off the poisoned part with both hands and shouted, "Be careful of the poison under his sword chi. Can actually corrode 9th-tier profound armaments." This 100 butterflies penetrating flower belt was a 9th-tier profound level weapon. Although its defense was much worse than metal profound level weapons, its attack was extremely strong. He didn't want it to be damaged so easily, and his heart ached for it. "Hey!" A sneer came from the void. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed a brick, and smashed it on the zombie's head. The brick became colorful in the air, alternating between gold and silver, and pressed down on the space. The zombie's eyes glowed with surprise. It raised its hand and clenched it into a fist, throwing a punch. Boom! An overbearing and wild force shook the brick, and the light on the brick instantly dimmed. A hand reached out from the void again and instantly formed a seal. A red light flew up from the brick and turned into a 5-colored sword. Bai Haodong's entire body appeared, and he thrust his sword forward. Dang! The zombie clenched its fingers and grabbed the tip of the sword nimbly. It shook the sword so hard that it glowed gold and silver, and then slashed at the zombie. Chi 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 chi. The sword chi struck the zombie's body, sweeping away the disgusting festering on his skin, and stinky pieces of flesh were constantly jolted out. The zombie did not seem to be moved, and the rippling sword chi was like a gentle breeze. He remained unmoving as he pinched the tip of the sword with his 2 fingers, corroding the colorful light. Bai Haodong's expression changed. He grabbed with his left hand, and tens of thousands of specks of light seemed to be drawn out from the air. They condensed into a mirror in his palm and shone over. Ah! The zombie roared in rage. Its eyes, which had not seen light for 100,000 years, suddenly hurt and it quickly turned its head away. Kwang ran. The mirror surface trembled, and an abnormally sharp light condensed, turning into a sword light that slashed down. The space behind the zombie trembled and Fang Shi appeared. He pointed his spear and a white light flashed through the gap, stabbing towards the zombie's heart. The zombie completely ignored the spear behind it and punched the mirror light with a furious roar. Bang! The treasured mirror in Bai Haodong's hand shattered instantly. His entire body was also impacted, and a stream of qi and blood in his body rushed to his throat. He wanted to retreat, but his intrinsic mystic weapon, the brick, was still in the other party's hand, so he did not dare to give up. He made another hand seal and struck the sword again. The golden color of the sword expanded and charged at the zombie. Eft! All of a sudden, the zombie's heart burst open, and a spear thrust out, freezing the zombie's chest. Just as everyone was overjoyed, they suddenly discovered that the white ice had turned into a dark green. Not only that, but Fang Shi's spear was also covered in green. Not good. Quickly retreat. Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared in the air as he cried out in surprise. This is green poison. They did not know what the green poison was, but even without Yunxiao's reminder, they had already sensed that something was wrong. Fang Shi's spear left his hand as he flew backwards. The spear turned dark green in an instant and was knocked away from the zombie with a bang, stabbing at him instead. On the other hand, Bai Haodong's face was filled with anxiety. It seemed that the other party was completely unwilling to let go of his brick-to-sword transformation. In a moment of desperation, he could only sacrifice his soldiers to protect the general. Humph, you want to leave? No matter what, we have to leave one behind. You! The zombie looked at Bai Haodong with disdain. It moved and pulled away from Bai Haodong, then struck its palm at his chest. A cloud of dark green poisonous gas spread out around his palm and broke through Bai Haodong's protective emperor chi. It was extremely easy. Bang! Suddenly, a 5-colored light bloomed from Bai Haodong's body, forming a barrier that pushed the poisonous gas away. What? The zombie's eyes glinted in disbelief. Inside the five-colored barrier, a small white flag was faintly visible. In that instant, Bai Haodong abandoned the brick and retreated 100 meters. With a wave of his sleeve, a white light was collected. His face was abnormally pale, and he saw that his brick sword and Fengshi's spear had both become green and rusty. If he had not taken out the elemental five-element flags in time, he would have become a zombie by now. At this moment, the sky suddenly glowed with a golden light. Du Yuqing's figure appeared, and his eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Go to hell!" He had been hovering above the dome to cast the spell. After a long time of preparation, a vast power descended. He formed 2 yellow talismans with both hands and spread them to his sides. Suddenly, a miniature city's shadow surged out from the golden light and pressed down directly. Those with sharp eyes could immediately tell that the illusionary city was Yan'an City, and they could not help but be shocked. As the city lord of Yan'an City, Du Yuqing had used some unknown secret technique to directly extract the power of the entire city from 10,000 miles away and suppress it. Under such a mighty force, even a peak 9-star expert would be annihilated. As expected, the zombie's face darkened, and for the first time, it showed fear. The corpse puppet king on his shoulder also trembled. It flapped its wings, and a dark aura surrounded its body. The zombie conjured a strange rune with one hand and threw it at the black chi. A black light immediately surrounded the black chi, and a terrifying sword chi rose. At some point, the king of corpse puppets had turned into a black sword and was caught by the zombie. A series of obscure notes came out of his mouth, and green runes kept floating on the sword, all of which were condensed by poisonous gas. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with shock and horror. He could clearly see 4 ancient characters emerging on the black sword. 1 sword for 10,000 eras. His scalp went numb and he looked at the corpse in disbelief. The black sword radiance and the green poisonous gas flashed on the sword. The terrifying sword intent became stronger and stronger, as if it had broken through the shackles of the rules of heaven and earth. The zombie's eyes flickered as it looked at the black sword. It revealed a happy expression and laughed. "Haha! I remember now. You're called Eternal Sword." The Golden City power was being held up by the terrifying sword intent and couldn't fall. Du Yuqing's heart trembled in shock. His entire face contorted, and his forehead was densely covered in beads of sweat. The power of the sword was still increasing, as if it was endless. Everyone's hair stood on end as they felt a boundless fear. The immense pressure made it impossible for them to breathe. The figure of the Dark North primordial sea flashed and instantly appeared in the air. He roared, "Everyone, attack together and kill him!" Without another word, he extended his body and a dark blue world appeared behind him, forming a vast and grand plan. Swift as a startled swan, it was one of the 3 moves from beyond the heavens. When it was displayed, it was earth-shattering, and its power was even greater than Du Yuqing's power of a city. Duanmu Tsang's jade-like fingers quickly formed hand seals as white mist rose. A 5-net light smoke palm formed a palm shadow in the air and directly slammed down. All kinds of martial arts techniques were used at once, and hundreds of flowers bloomed in an enchanting way. The great hall began to shake, and it became unstable, unable to withstand the attacks of nearly 100 people at once. The vast sword chi also condensed, as if it was under great pressure, and kept shrinking. All of a sudden, a deep voice rang out, and a black light broke through the sky. "One controls 10,000 worlds. 8 water chestnuts shine. Focus the spirit as a sword." The sword essence suddenly exploded, as if there was an infinite amount of sword chi coming from the ancient times. A terrifying power broke through time and space. Boom! A boundless mighty force spread out, and the great hall of the Black Tortoise Star Palace suddenly shattered. The impact force spread in all directions, and a large number of buildings were annihilated. At this moment, the starry sky was revealed and the starlight became dim under this terrifying power. Countless dust scattered and many figures rushed out. That earth-shattering blow had killed countless people. When the surviving cultivators saw the starry sky, They immediately fled out of the mountain in joy. This muddy water was too dangerous. To be able to survive, everyone was overjoyed, and no one dared to stay. However, a barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and blocked everyone. What? Everyone was shocked. In their anger, they madly attacked the sky, but it was to no avail. What's going on? Who set up this barrier? Everyone was furious. After attacking for a while, they gradually calmed down, each of their faces gloomy. At this moment, a large area of the Star Palace had been destroyed. In the call of the two world mountains, there were hundreds and thousands of sacrificial altars scattered all over, forming the star field formation. The zombie man was standing on one of the altars. His rotten body was even more horrible to look at, and thick, disgusting liquid was flowing out of his cracked skin. The aura on his body was also unstable, as if he had been injured quite badly by the attack just now. Other than the 30 to 40 people who were preparing to escape in the sky, there were more than 10 people scattered on the altar. Their faces were pale as they stared coldly at the zombie man. Half of them had been crushed by the terrifying attack just now. The corpse man's chest heaved up and down as he gasped for breath. A green light flickered in his eyes. The dozen or so people were much calmer. Although they had used all their strength in the attack, they had not suffered much damage. "It seems like you're already at the end of your rope," Duanmutsong said coldly. "You want to kill me?" The zombie man chuckled. Duanmutsong frowned and said coldly, "You're the one who wants to kill us, right? Don't get it the wrong way. Hee. I'm just going to capture someone and search their soul." "I don't want to kill you," the zombie man said. "How many people have died? Is it worth it? I'd rather die in battle than have my soul searched by you. If you surrender, we won't kill you," Duanmutsong said coldly. Ha, ha ha. The zombie man's spirituality seemed to have completely returned after the attack. He laughed out loud and said, "You ignorant juniors want to kill me? How childish." Bang! The eternal imperial sword in his hand crumbled into countless corpse puppets, and they began to dance around him. The corpse man's body suddenly turned dark green. Under the poisonous light, the corpse puppets also turned green and orange, their wings carrying poison. Everyone's expression changed slightly. This kind of poisonous gas seemed to be extremely sharp. Even ninth-tier profound armaments could be corroded. Mu Jie's face was filled with shock as she said, "Could this poisonous light be a buy-in?" Yunxiao's face was also unusually solemn as he said, "There's no need to doubt it. It's the green poison." Green poison. When he said the words green poison, no one understood. At this moment, many people suddenly realized it, and their eyes burst with horror. Duanmutsong's eyes were also filled with shock as he exclaimed, "It's one of the 5 major apocalyptic poisons, the 7 illusions green damask. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to recognize it." The corners of the zombie man's terrifying mouth curled up slightly, and his entire face became even more ferocious under the green light. What made everyone's heart shiver even more was that the sky full of corpse puppets was dyed with this green color, as if they had become extremely terrifying. These aren't ordinary corpse puppets. They're just the clones of the corpse puppet king. Even if they're killed, it'll only consume a little of the puppet king's energy. And I am the master of this corpse puppet king. With these countless beetles and my 7 illusion green damask, even if it's a giant city with millions of people, I can kill them all in an instant. The zombie man's eyes were filled with poison. He crossed his hands in front of his body and flung them forward, shouting, "Go! Buzz, buzz, buzz." All of a sudden, countless corpse puppets rang out and rushed toward the dozen people around them. They were like countless fireflies under the starry sky, devilishly beautiful but deadly. Dark North Yuan Hai's face darkened as he shouted, "Swift as a startled swan." A strange phenomenon appeared and a huge map spread out. A dark ice-sealed world crushed over. Crack! Crack! The green corpse beetles that filled the sky were instantly frozen and trapped within the grand vision. Humph! Childish. The extreme cold is indeed the nemesis of all living things. But the 5 poisons of mass extinction are divine items that are above elemental damage. The man's eyes were filled with mockery as he spoke coldly. Bang! The extreme ice was broken apart and a zombie charged out. Following that, the entire frozen phenomenon began to crack and disintegrate. Bang, 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 bang. Countless corpse puppets broke out of the ice, but some were directly frozen to death by the ice, but only a few. Not good. Suppress them, don't let these zombies come out. It can corrode profound-level weapons and swallow Emperor Qi. How can it be sealed? A high-level martial supreme threw a punch at the corpse puppet, but it was only able to push it back a few feet. The fist force was unable to break through the 7 illusion green silk, and he immediately turned pale with fright. I'll try. You guys retreat. Xianxiao's eyes narrowed, and his expression was extremely heavy. A cluster of flames gushed out from his body, and the power of the astral wind also blew up. Suddenly, a pillar of fire rotated and shot into the sky. Hoo-la! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, it was suppressed by the force of the barrier and immediately surged in all directions. In an instant, under the starry night, the sky was filled with a sea of fire, and it was as bright as day. After the power of the flames was blocked, it suddenly rushed down and enveloped the entire area. The rest of the martial artists were surprised and overjoyed. They quickly turned into rays of light and flew out of the sea of fire. Duan Mutsong turned around and saw the proud and aloof figure within the pillar of fire. He shouted, "Can you handle it alone?" Xianxiao nodded and said, "I'll try. If I can't withstand it, can I run? Do you think I'm stupid? Then be careful." Duan Mutsong's face was full of black lines. She also flew out of the sea of fire, and the last gap was instantly enveloped by flames. A small part of the world inside the barrier had turned into a huge fireball, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. The beaming Yuan Hai's face flickered with horror as he said in shock, "What kind of flame is this? It can even swallow my divine sense." His extreme cold qi seemed weak and powerless in the face of the power of this flame, which set off a storm in his heart. Everyone's faces flickered under the light of the flames, most of them with a look of surprise. "The power of this flame is probably at the peak of the 9th rank," Xiating said. "If we can't restrain the 7 illusion green damask, we'll be in danger." Mu Jie crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at the flames in the sky. She was silent for a long time before she said, "The aura of this flame has probably already exceeded the 9th rank." Everyone's body trembled as they looked on in shock and disbelief. Duanmu Tsong's beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with confidence as he said, "This is the Phoenix Fire, a 10th tier element. Even within grade 10, he was one of the top existences. But we can't take it lightly, and we need to prepare as soon as possible, so that we can help Xianxiao when he's no match for us." Everyone looked at the flame in shock. At the same time, they also revealed envious and jealous expressions. Many people's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if they were tempted. Inside the fireball, Xianxiao and the zombies faced each other from a distance. The corpse puppets stained with the 7 illusions green damask stood quietly in the air, as if waiting for instructions. The zombie's eyes turned serious as he said, "Phoenix Fire?" Xianxiao nodded. "Yes, it is Phoenix Fire, and it is almost complete. I wonder if it can counter your 7 illusions green phoenix? It's almost a complete Xianxia, but how much power can you use?" The zombie sneered. "He's just a 7 stars martial emperor. Can he really exert 1% of the power of this flame?" "I can try," Xianxiao said with an expressionless face. The zombie's eyes narrowed and he formed a strange seal with one hand. Yes, the corpse puppets that filled the sky lined up and actually formed a formation that looked like a huge seal. The green and black light spread out and buzzed toward Xianxiao. Xianxiao also performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a fire phoenix materialized in front of him with a bang, its colorful wings spread out and covering the sky. Then, he snapped his fingers and a strong wind appeared with a PA sound. It circled around the phoenix before blowing towards the corpse puppets. Hula-lala! Wherever the astral winds passed, the space let out a hissing sound, as if it was swept by a broom. The incantation seals formed by the countless corpse puppets suddenly trembled. The black and green light suddenly brightened and was swept up by the wind, becoming erratic. The buzzing sound was loud, and it started to become chaotic. The corpse man's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock as he said, "The indestructible astral wind." Without saying a word, Xianxia made a grabbing motion in the air, and a small black mountain appeared in his hand before he threw it out. The small mountain directly smashed into the sky above the corpse puppet, and with a shake, it turned into countless black particles. They spun along with the astral wind and attacked the thousands of corpse puppets. Immediately, the crackling sound and the buzzing sound intertwined. Finally, with a boom, the corpse puppets' formation suddenly shattered, and they were all in chaos. Xianxiao's pupils constricted as he changed the incantation gesture. The fire phoenix, which had been entrenched for a long time, let out a long cry. Its eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a ray of light as it flew over. Not good. The zombie-like man's face was filled with shock as he watched the fire phoenix engulf the tens of millions of corpse puppets and the black particles. Boom! A huge explosion came from the flames, and a terrifying power spread out in waves, giving off a colorful light. Their gazes were exceptionally sharp. The corpse puppet in the sea of fire had already been defeated. Under the roasting of the wind and fire, coupled with the collision of the black particles, it continued to shatter, bursting out into a mass of green light and black gas. The black gas disappeared under the burning of the divine flames, while the green light flickered non-stop as if it was not afraid of the flames. They fused together and grew larger and larger. Xianxia was horrified. Although he could not exert the full power of the divine flame, it was a 10th-tier divine item after all, and even with the help of the ancient astral wind, he could not destroy the 7-illusion green phoenix. But what he didn't know was that the zombie man's shock was even greater than his. The group of corpse puppets finally couldn't take it anymore. They suddenly flew in one direction and gathered together, turning into the king of corpse puppets. Suddenly opened its mouth and sucked. The 7 illusions green phoenix immediately turned into a green light and was sucked into its stomach. The green light on the entire body of the corpse puppet king brightened. With a flap of its thin wings, it shook off the flames and black particles, and was about to break through the air. An angry roar came from within the flames. Countless black particles rapidly condensed under the strong wind and turned into the upper body of the crocodile monster. It opened its big hand and grabbed. "This is a Xianxia." The zombie man's forehead seemed to be breaking out in cold sweat, and his entire face was filled with shock. The crocodile's 5 fingers clenched, and space instantly froze, sealing off the king of corpse puppets' retreat. Then, it roared and pounced. Bang! The crocodile crashed directly into the corpse puppet king, grabbed it with both hands, and bit it with its mouth wide open. Ka! The corpse puppet king's entire head was in the crocodile's mouth. It struggled with all its might, and the circles of sharp blades on its body were shaken off. The green light also turned into a slash, cutting down on the crocodile's body. Wherever the light passed, it would directly cut the body back into particles, but they were still wriggling slowly, condensing and not dissipating. The giant crocodile's eyes were filled with ferocity, but it refused to open its mouth. It just continued to gnaw and remained motionless in the sky. The 7-illusion green dagger directly penetrated the crocodile's body, leaving nothing behind. It was completely immune to poison. After struggling for a while, the corpse puppet king seemed to have given up. It remained motionless, allowing the crocodile to devour it bit by bit. Gulp! The zombie man swallowed. He did not know if there was any saliva, but he felt that his throat was dry. 100,000 years ago, he had met all kinds of experts, and there were also existences that were stronger than him, but he had never seen such a scene. The king of corpse puppets and the 7-illusion green damask were completely suppressed, and he was beaten until he had no temper. What the hell is this crocodile Pichio? The zombie-like man could not help but ask, his face blank and speechless. Xianxia thought to himself, as expected, everything has its vanquisher. This stupid crocodile is usually of little use, but now it has shown its might, which is really eye-catching. This is the being and non-being of wind and fire separation divine crocodile that I refined. Unless you gather the 5 poisons of great extinction, you're not its match at all, he said. He looked at the crocodile that was chewing on the king of corpse puppets and thought, "You stupid thing, this young master gave you such an awe-inspiring name, it's also not letting you down." The crocodile seemed to have understood something and roared a few times in cooperation. A fierce light burst out from its eyes, making it look like a peerless beast. The zombie man was stunned for a few moments before his face darkened. He grabbed forward with his 5 fingers and shouted, "Sword, come!" The motionless corpse puppet king that allowed itself to be devoured suddenly burst out with a sharp aura. The sword light cut through the crocodile's body and penetrated it. Clang, a surge of sword intent rose, and the crocodile's body was instantly slashed into countless particles, and it retreated explosively. The black sword's intense sword intent trembled and spread out in circles. The corpse man's hands quickly formed a seal, and his aura continued to rise, resonating with the long sword. A black light surged between heaven and earth. Xianxia's face flickered. He knew very well in his heart that the strength of this sword intent was the sign of the man and sword becoming one. He shook his hand, and a white light bloomed. A white light flashed across the sky. "That's Ingluo." The corpse man's pupils contracted, and his body trembled violently. The sword techniques in his hands became chaotic, and the sword essence that filled the sky scattered. Clang! Xianxiao's figure flashed along with the white light, and then a bright saber came slashing across the sky. The blade light was like water, not very powerful. It only reflected a calm, like the eternal moon. Swish! The blade pierced through the zombie man's chest and went straight through his heart. Xiao's face was as calm as water, as if everything was within his plan, and his eyes were full of indifference. However, he did not let his guard down. Feng Shi's spear had also pierced through his heart, but he did not seem to be injured at all. In the sea of fire, the 2 figures were close together. The sword intent of the long sword beside them was in chaos, turning into sword light and collapsing. The zombie-like man stared at the long knife that had pierced through his heart in a daze. He gulped and said with great difficulty, "Chiaki Imperial Sword Swan and I." Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. So, the real name of the saber was 1,000-Year Imperial Saber, which he had always called it. A slight tremor came from the blade, and circles of runes surged up. For ancient characters appeared on it. 1,000 Autumn's Saber. Where did you get this blade? The zombie man's face was filled with shock and a complicated expression. He stared at the long blade, and his eyes flickered. His expression suddenly became gentle and tender as he stretched out his hand to touch the blade. Xianxia did not stop him, but said coldly, "You are indeed related to the owner of this saber. Is the Black Tortoise Star Palace also a place to suppress the devil?" The zombie's body trembled, and his gentle expression turned into one of shock. Could it be that the seal on the Dragonized Pool has been broken? Xianxia gave an irrelevant answer. "I see. A rainbow stone is suppressed in the Black Tortoise Star Palace. Is it a rainbow or a rainbow?" The zombie's body trembled and its face contorted. "Who are you? What do you know?" "I'm the new master of this 1,000-Year Imperial Saber," Xianxia said. "Its old master gave it to me personally." "Ah!" The zombie's eyes glowed with tears. "Is he well now?" Xiao's face twitched as he sighed and said, "He has already turned into dust and left." The zombie grabbed the Chiaki Imperial Saber with both hands, and its terrifying face was filled with tears as it began to sob softly. Under the raging fire, the 2 figures seemed lonely and bleak. Xianxia slowly tried to pull the saber out, but found that the zombie man was holding it tightly and did not move it at all. He frowned and said, "If you're one of the people who suppressed the demon back then, and you have a connection with the owner of this saber, then you and I should be friends, not enemies." The zombie man slowly released the blade and raised his head. His gaze pierced through the flames and looked up at the endless starry sky. His festering face was filled with loneliness. Xianxia put away the saber and performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The flames that filled the sky slowly disappeared, revealing the starry night. When the martial artists in the distance saw the flames gradually disappear, they became alert and began to circulate their yuan techniques with grave expressions. But gradually, his serious expression turned into one of shock. They saw Xianxia and the zombie man standing opposite each other. They seemed to be very friendly and were having a good conversation. "What's with this Xianxia?" Duanmucang was shocked. Everyone shook their heads and continued to probe with their divine senses. But they were all blocked by an invisible force and could not hear anything. "The original owner of this saber was my big brother," the zombie man said faintly. Yunxiao's body trembled slightly as he said, "I see. I didn't expect that there were still people who survived the demon-suppressing war. What exactly happened back then?" The zombie man's face was filled with worry as he shook his head slightly. "Although I'm one of the participants, I'm just an insignificant character. I don't know much about the inside story. The seal of the Transdragon Pool has been lifted, and the Black Tortoise Star Palace has descended upon the Two-World Mountain again. I'm afraid the demonic tribulation is coming." Yunxiao thought to himself, "The devil has come out long ago, but he's in a mess now." The corpse man looked at the countless altars below and sighed. "That rainbow stone is in the main altar. You should be able to get it once you break the seal." Hearing the endless desolation in his tone, Yunxiao was stunned. "What about you?" "Me? What's the point of living with my current appearance?" The zombie man smiled bitterly. "Besides, I don't have the energy to do that anymore. There are experts in each era, and this era no longer belongs to me." He put away his long sword and took a step in the air. He was actually about to leave. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His body trembled violently, and he revealed an expression of extreme shock. "Humph, Beifeng Nan, you were the general in charge of guarding the seal here, but you actually revealed the matter of the rainbow stone and wanted to leave without putting up a fight. In the past 100,000 years, it's not just your body that has fallen." The voice reverberated in Yunxiao and the zombie man's ears, and both of them were shocked. Your Excellency." The zombie man's eyes were filled with shock and he said in disbelief, "My lord, you're still alive." "Humph. Fortunately this lord is still alive. Otherwise this rainbow stone would have been stolen." The voice was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Yunxiao also had a bad feeling in his heart, and for some reason his heart sank. He looked into the distance. Duanmucang and the others did not seem to have any reaction. It was as if they did not hear the voice. "Gulp." The zombie man swallowed and said in horror, How could you still be alive, Luo?" The voice sneered, "Even you can live, so why can't I? However, you have betrayed your own beliefs, which has surprised and disappointed me." The zombie man hurriedly explained, "My lord, I wouldn't dare. These people weren't evil people, they should be the top powerhouses of this era. And this young man in front of me is the successor of my big brother's intrinsic mystic weapon, the Chiaki Imperial Saber. I believe in him. Do you believe in him or me? If you haven't betrayed your original intentions, kill all these people." The voice said coldly. "What?" The zombie man was shocked and revealed a look of horror. "You should know how serious the matter of the rainbow stone is. In order to keep this a secret, these people must die." The voice said. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea, and he said coldly, "Are you the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace? Who do you think you are to question me?" The voice mocked. Yunxiao's eyes turned serious as he said, "If my guess is correct, Sir should have refined the rainbow stone, which is why you were able to survive." The voice suddenly became furious and shouted, "Beiming Nan, what are you waiting for?" The zombie man's body trembled, and he looked extremely troubled. Humph, good. You've betrayed me and your beliefs. Since that's the case, you can die with these people." The sound became extremely shrill in an instant. Suddenly, a strange and vast power emerged. Yunxiao was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with this power, but very familiar with it. "Let's go." The power of the lunar pupil appeared instantly, and the surrounding space twisted. At the same time, A sword chi shot out and broke through the void. Yunxiao and Beifeng Nan's figures suddenly disappeared. At that moment, an ice-colored flower appeared where the two of them had disappeared. It bloomed and then extinguished. It was unremarkable under the starry night, but the flower bloomed beautifully, and its destruction was strange. Bang! Like glass shattering, the entire sky exploded with the ice-colored flower at the center. With a boom, it collapsed and a terrifying force spread out. The faces of the warriors in the distance changed drastically, especially Yunxiao, who had teleported to their side with Baiming Nan. "Young Master Yun, what's going on?" Duanmu Tsang asked in surprise. Yunxiao looked at the center of the terrifying force and said, "We're in big trouble. The real master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace is here, and he has already joined the devil. That ice flower just now was actually the ice fiend Heartflame." Baiming Nan's body trembled, and a faint green light shot out from his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. The true master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace? The crowd was taken aback, and they followed Yunxiao's gaze. In the collapsed space, a burly figure slowly emerged. Under the starry night, it was shining with a metallic light. Yunxiao's eyes widened, and his mouth was so wide open that it could fit a watermelon. The body that came out turned out to be the gourd little King Kong. However, the dazed look on his face was completely gone. Instead, he looked cold and indifferent to the common people. It was obvious that he had been possessed by the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace. Beifeng Nan was stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a strange expression and said in a deep voice, "My lord, could it be that your heart has been affected by that thing and changed?" The gourd little King Kong's eyes burst with a sharp light and flashed with a demonic cold light. He snorted coldly and said, "Baiming Nan, it's obvious that you're the one who betrayed me, yet you're blaming me. It seems that the pain of being alone for the past 100,000 years has completely destroyed your original heart. Since that's the case, there's no need to leave behind this rotten body. Let me purify you." The calabash little King Kong clenched his fist, and instantly, a cloud of stars surged. A vast fist power spread out, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Yunxiao's face and heart sank at the same time. As expected, the Rainbow Stone had a great influence on a martial artist's mind. The disappearance of the master of Red Moon City, Ning Kuei, was also related to this, and the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace, who was once in immortal state existence, could not resist the power of the Rainbow Stone. An inexplicable anxiety welled up in his heart, and he began to worry for Yunxiang. Many warriors felt the vast power of the punch, and their faces changed. The Dark North Primordial Sea was shocked and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, how did you provoke such a fiend? What's going on? Can't you see what's going on?" Yunxiao said coldly, "This thing has been possessed by the devil and is going to kill all of us." Bedeviled monastic robe. Duanmu Tsang muttered to himself. His eyes flickered as he said, Could it be that he has a rainbow stone on him?" Yunxiao frowned and gave Duanmu Tsang a glance, then fell silent. The Duanmu family had always been mysterious. In addition, they possessed a special divination technique, so it was normal for them to know some of the continent's secrets. It was even more likely that Duanmu Tsang had predicted the rainbow stone and had rushed over from thousands of miles away. However, the power of the mystic divine Lot was limited, and he did not expect the owner of Two World Mountain from 100,000 years ago to still be alive. Of course, they did not know that the Lord of Borderline Mountain had possessed Yunxiao's gourd warrior. Suddenly, Yunxiao's expression turned a little strange. He wondered if the Black Tortoise Star Palace had just returned from the void because of the gourd little Vajra. Since the other party had used possession, it proved that his body was definitely not as good as the gourd little Vajra. Moreover, the ice fiend Heartflame just now was obviously the power of the gourd little Vajra. When he thought of this, he suddenly came to a realization. It seemed that the cause and effect had been cleared up. The calabash little King Kong had been teleported away by leap sect out of the blue, and it had fallen into the Star Palace of Nothingness by coincidence, where the master of the Star Palace had obtained it. The Star Palace's master had refined the Rainbow Stone, but his body should have long since rotted beyond recognition. Even if he had already fallen into bedevilment, there was nothing he could do to break the seal he had placed in the past. However, the appearance of the gored little King Kong changed everything. Xianxia thought to himself, could it be that everything is predestined? Looking at the calabash little King Kong's intelligent and cold face, he couldn't help but sigh. Wind dance of flowing rain, cloud shocking fist. The gored little King Kong's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He suddenly punched out, and the entire universe was overturned, and the starry sky trembled. It was as if countless stars had fallen from the night sky, forming a beautiful meteor shower. However, everyone's face was pale. No one was in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the fist momentum. They all gritted their teeth and fiercely circulated their yuan power to resist. On the other hand, Wuxia's eyes were filled with shock as she exclaimed, "Eternal immortality, divine phoenix?" He was bold because he was skilled. He directly stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers opened to grab the fist wind. Bang! The power of the punch exploded in his palm, instantly splitting his skin and flesh. His entire arm was bleeding and numb. However, he only frowned and shook his head. No, this power is not enough. It's far from enough. The rest of the people looked at him as if he was crazy and tried their best to dodge. However, under the fist wind, the pressure was vast and the sky was filled with meteor fist shadows. It was really difficult to avoid, and they could only resist with all their might. Xianxia smiled wryly in his heart. Fortunately, the gored little King Kong's strength was limited, but under the command of the master of the Star Palace, it could still exert a super-strong combat strength. Among the fist shadows that filled the sky, the power of each fist was stronger than the fist of the gored little King Kong. A saber radiance flashed in his hand as the Xianxia Imperial Saber swept out and directly shattered one of the fist radiance. The powerful force passed through his body. Many martial artists were still slightly weaker under the full-force attacks, and they were heavily injured and killed. For a time, miserable screams were heard again and again. The gored little King Kong's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "Bai Ming Nan, I'm teaching you a lesson, and you dare to retaliate." Bai Ming Nan's face was extremely unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, your mind has been controlled by the Rainbow Stone, and you've been possessed. Shut up. When did you have the right to talk about my matters? I'll kill you first, you traitor." The gored little guardian deity's figure flashed and appeared in front of Bai Ming Nan. He opened his hand and grabbed at his neck. A ray of light shot out from his palm. It was extremely sharp, and black cracks appeared around the light. Bai Ming Nan was shocked. He raised the black sword in his hand and slashed it down. Swish! The 2 slashes collided with each other, shooting out countless forces of spirit pressure that spread out and devoured each other. "My lord, don't forget your heart," said Bai Ming Nan in a deep voice. "Shut up." The gored little King Kong seemed to be furious. He made a hand seal with 2 fingers and pointed at Bai Ming Nan's body. An ear-piercing sound of air breaking was heard. Bai Feng Nan's face was gloomy. He displayed his sword technique and several sword shadows appeared in the air. Bang 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 sounds were heard one after another. The gored little King Kong stomped on the ground and attacked, while Bai Ming Nan retreated with his sword. The 2 of them began to fight. The surrounding martial artists were stunned and confused. However, most of them were regulating their origin power and thinking about how to break the enchantment to escape. Wuxia held her chin and pondered. This thing is clearly a puppet's body. Could it be that a soul has been attached to the puppet? How is this possible? Unless it's a divine phoenix, but the power it can unleash is only at the peak of the martial supreme realm. This is strange, Xianxia. Young Master Yun, what's up with this zombie man? Duanmu Tsang asked. What did you talk to him about? Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. Judging from the current situation, it would be extremely difficult to get the gored little King Kong back. Duanmu Tsang's words jolted him back to his senses. He snorted coldly in his heart. This Duanmu Tsang must know a lot of things and was deliberately hiding them from everyone. No wonder he had been so enthusiastic along the way. A ruffian-like look flashed across his face as he said indifferently, "Nothing much. We were just having a casual chat and asking if he had eaten." Everyone, "Hee." "Then what's with this Iron Man?" Muyu asked. "Oh?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered. "Are you very interested in its structure?" "Yes, yes. Don't tell me you know something?" Mu Jie's eyes brightened as she was suddenly interested. "It's simple." Yunxiao chuckled. "Pass me the mystic technique spirit eyes, and I'll tell you about this Iron Man." It was impossible for the king of corpse puppets to help Mu Jie capture it, so Yunxiao had to think of another way. "It's not impossible to exchange it with the incomplete wondrous spirit eyes technique, but how do I know if you're telling the truth?" Mu Jie's brows furrowed and she said coldly. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. "For a puppet family, you must know a new puppet sample, which is much stronger than the divine ability and secret technique. In addition to the mystic technique spirit eyes, I have another condition." Mu Jie's face instantly darkened as she shouted sternly, "Li Yunxiao, don't you dare go overboard." Yunxiao smiled and moved his lips slightly as he sent a voice transmission. Everyone frowned, wanting to know what they were talking about. However, the secret voice was also sealed, so they couldn't capture any information at all. After Mu Jie listened for a while, she revealed a stunned expression and said, "Really?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded. "All right, deal." Mu Jie pondered for a moment and said. A cold light burst out of his eyes as he looked at the gored little King Kong. At this moment, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was basically the calabash little Vajra attacking while Bei Xiaonan was defending step by step. He kept retreating and it was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. All kinds of spiritual pressure and slashes shot out. The people around them dodged vigilantly, afraid that they would be affected. Only Duanmutsong and the other experts remained unmoved. The Calabash warrior and Beifong Nan didn't seem to be as powerful as they had expected. Except for Beifong Nan's 7 illusion green damask, they were confident in dealing with the rest. "Brother Chanan," Yunxiao cried out in a deep voice, "it's no use for you to keep backing down. He has lost his mind. If you want to save him, you have to take him down first. His body can't block your green poison at all." Beifong Nan and the gourd warrior's faces changed. The gourd warrior's eyes were filled with anger, and he kept attacking. A trace of determination flashed in Beifong Nan's eyes. He swung the sword in his hand, and a sword light pressed against the calabash little King Kong's fist wind, forcing him away with a bang. Then the sword momentum rose up. With a flash of green light, it split into 3 sword wills in the air and cut across the sky. The gored little King Kong's eyes widened in anger, and it seemed to be extremely afraid. It formed a seal with both hands and slapped out. Countless ripples appeared on his palms, and golden triangular patterns flew out, forming a complex shape in front of him. Chi chi chi. The 3 sword essences directly cut into the ripples, like nails stuck into a wooden board, shackled and unable to move an inch. Beimang Nan's face was calm. As if he had expected this, he extended his sword and stabbed it in front of him. A circle of sword will spread out and formed a circle. Black sword light and green poisonous gas kept surging out. The 2 chi blended together. The gored little King Kong's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Damn it! Since you dare to harbor evil intentions towards this lord will send you to eternal damnation." He gave a loud shout and made a hand seal in the air. With a loud rumble, the 3 sword essences were destroyed. Then, a strange force rippled from his glabella, causing the entire space to fluctuate, which was extremely uncomfortable. Yunxiao was taken aback. He looked over in horror and saw a crimson light wriggling slowly between the eyebrows of the Calabash King Kong, and inside the light was a rainbow stone. At the same time, Duanmutsong's beautiful eyes widened, revealing a shocked and complicated expression. The gored little guardian deity's own power was limited, and this greatly angered the Star Palace Master. He could only use the power of the rainbow stone to increase his power. "It really is a rainbow stone. My lord, you're the one who's disappointing." Beifong Nan's eyes flashed with anger, and the sword intent in his hand rose to the extreme. Rolling dual-colored light surged around him. Humph! The rainbow stone is the safest with this lord. The gourd little King Kong snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he touched his 10 fingers, and a silver light flew between his hands, emitting a vast power. 1 to rule the world, 8 water chestnuts to shine. The sword will be the god, Bei Mang Nen shouted. The sword chi soared into the sky, and a green sword energy streaked across the sky, slashing toward the gourd little King Kong. The silver light in the gourd little King Kong's hands grew bigger and bigger. It turned out to be a 3-foot and 6-inch silver whip. It had a total of 21 segments and countless silver runes wrapped around it. A trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of the gourd little King Kong. He grabbed the silver whip and hit it hard. Boom! As the silver whip fell, countless silver talismans danced and struck the sword's spine, bursting forth with a power that could destroy the world. The two of them were instantly sucked into the spirit energy storm, and the terrifying power spread in all directions and into the sky. Many people had not even touched the storm before their bodies exploded from the spiritual pressure, dying on the spot. Not good. There's an extremely powerful spiritual attack in this spirit pressure storm. A martial artist's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as blood burst out from his eyes. His ears and nostrils were also bleeding, and his face was filled with fear. Yunxiao also felt the spiritual pressure coming at his face. It was extremely strong and strange, and it directly hit his spiritual altar and spiritual ocean. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the silver whip. It was the boundless power that was directly attacking the mind and soul. Soul Reversal Whip. It's the Reverse Soul Whip. Duanmu Tsong's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise and joy. Lord Song, Yunxiao said coldly. You know a lot. Dark North Yuan Hai and the others also looked over with dissatisfaction. Xie Ting's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, could it be the legendary Reverse Soul Whip that can directly attack the divine sense and hurt the soul? Duanmu Tsong replied, that's right. I've only done some research before I came. In fact, what I know is similar to what you all know. No one believed her words, and their faces were all cold. Do you still want to stay at this moment? Du Yuqing asked. I don't want to be involved in this mess anymore. Is there anyone willing to leave with me? Everyone looked hesitant. Most of them stood still, as if they were unwilling to leave. He had waited for so long, and even the master of the Star Palace had appeared. The harvest this time might be more than he had imagined. Even if we want to leave, can we break this barrier that covers 1,000 miles? Bai Haodong chuckled. I'm afraid we'll have to find the way to lift the seal from these altars. Du Yuqing's face was dark as he said, if we work together, we might be able to break it. The strength of these two people is extraordinary, and only the heavens know if there are other dangers. Are you all so confident that you will be the last one to laugh? Bai Haodong glanced at the crowd and laughed. At least the current situation is not out of control. I see that everyone is very calm. I'm afraid that they haven't even used their trump cards? Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he also calmed down. With his hands behind his back, he snorted, in that case, I'll just watch from the side. I'll see how capable you all are and how much you can gain from this two-world mountain. Dark North Yuan Hai said indifferently, where there's a will, there's a way. Lord Song said before, since we're here, we'll take things as they come. While the crowd ridiculed him, their eyes never left the battle between the Calabash and Little King Kong. After being struck by the Reverse Soul Whip, Bei Xiaonan's aura was greatly weakened. His body was festering and he was swaying left and right, as if his soul had been injured. The gourd Little King Kong's face was also extremely gloomy. After being hit by the 7 illusion green damask, green spots appeared on its body, and the range of corrosion continued to expand. Even though its entire body was made from peerless grade rank 9 materials, it still could not withstand the 7 illusion green damask's poison and was hit at once. You dare to hurt me? You'll be reduced to ashes under my whip. The gourd Little King Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The rainbow stone on his forehead flashed, and he raised the reverse soul whip again. Countless strange runes rushed out, and he whipped down. Pa! The silver whip stopped when it was halfway down. A large black hand grabbed it. The silver runes danced in the air, but the giant hand did not move at all. It was as steady as Mount Tai. At this moment, the calabash little King Kong was also wrapped in circles of black lines. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually hooked by a huge black shadow. Countless black stripes shot out from the shadow's body, firmly binding the gored little King Kong to its body like tape, almost merging with it. What? Everyone's pupils contracted as they looked to their sides in shock. Wuxia performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a sneer appeared on her face. Li Yunxiao, I've bound him. It's all up to you now. Yunxiao was taken aback as well. He looked at the huge black shadow, but he could not see its true face at all. Only a strange array had appeared behind it. It seems like you intruders can't wait to die, the gored little King Kong said coldly. Although it was bound and motionless, it did not panic at all. His body suddenly changed shape, and dozens of sharp blades emerged from his body, covering his entire body. Then, he suddenly turned his body. Chi-chi! Countless slashes flew out and instantly cut the black shadow apart. It retreated several feet away and returned to its normal body. Memory origin gold? Wuxia's pupils constricted as she exclaimed in shock. Interesting, but my dark double is undying. Try this again and see if you can still escape. The incantation gestures in his hands changed rapidly, and the puppet of darkness stepped forward, opened its arms, and pounced forward. The formation behind it lit up, and the entire puppet seemed to merge into the void, becoming one with the starry night. TSK. Undying and imperishable. What a joke! The gored little King Kong sneered, and ice-colored sparks appeared around the rainbow stone between his eyebrows, gradually burning. Not good. It's the ice fiend heart flame. Quickly retreat. Yunxiao was shocked and quickly reminded him. Wuxia's heart lurched. Although he did not know what the ice fiend heart flame was, Yunxiao's warning still put him on guard. He suddenly retracted his hand seal, and the puppet of darkness immediately stopped and was about to retreat. Humph! You also recognize the ice fiend heart flame, so you've come prepared. It's just a small trick. A little firefly dares to compete with the sun and moon. What a joke! The gored little King Kong sneered. The flame between his eyebrows flashed and disappeared. The next moment it appeared in his palm. He turned his palm and slapped it down. Boom! A huge ice flame condensed in the void, as beautiful and short-lived as a flower. The entire black figure condensed in an instant, as if time had stopped. When the flames disappeared, the black figure was also devoured by more than half, constantly disintegrating. Ah! Wuxia's face was filled with fear and disbelief. What kind of flame is this Lao AI? It's indeed the ice fiend heart flame. Why is it like this? Duanmu Tsang's eyes were filled with horror as a bad feeling rose in his heart. Only when the two rainbow stones were combined could the ice fiend heart flame be produced. But what she didn't know was that the calabash little Vajra already had this kind of demonic flame power. But it was only strengthened by the rainbow stone. The spell formation on the back of the black puppet collapsed and turned into nothingness, disappearing into the night. This chi. Wuxia was so furious that she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Not only did he explode with anger, but that black puppet had also connected with his mind, and was instantly destroyed, causing him to be seriously injured. Idiot! I'll kill you first, then I'll take care of them one by one. The gored little King Kong's figure flashed and appeared above Wuxia. It raised its silver whip and struck down directly. Countless silver runes flew down, and a silver light shuttled between them. Before the whip could land on her body, Wuxia grabbed her head and cried out in pain. This old man will fight it out with you. Armor transformation. Countless rays of light flew out from his body, and his body instantly grew taller. He was enveloped by an iron-armored puppet that was about 100 feet in size. Countless runes gushed out of his body, and he suddenly rushed up. Pa! Iron Harrier grabbed the silver whip with both hands. The symbols on his body immediately lit up, and countless terrifying forces gushed out. What? He's going to self-destruct? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Mu Jie to go all out. Mu Jie wasn't far from them, and they all retreated in shock. The gored little King Kong's face also changed greatly, but the reverse soul whip was tightly grasped by the other party and could not break free at all. Hey, die! A sneer came from the Iron Harrier, and it exploded with a boom. The calabash little King Kong was instantly hit by the force of the self-explosion, and the entire sky was torn apart, leaving a dark crack in the sky. Bang! A golden ball flew out of the endless explosion and only stopped 1,000 feet away. Countless runes surged out from the ball before it suddenly cracked and shattered. Mu Jie walked out from the ball. His body was completely unscathed, but his face was extremely pale. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he stared at the explosion. Everyone's scalps went numb. He was actually still safe and sound from such a powerful self-detonation. The design of the iron-armored puppet was exquisite. It was made up of 2 layers, an inner and outer layer. When the self-destruction was triggered, the physical invulnerability would all break away on its own, and the energy generated would also be shot out. At the same time, in order to avoid any accidents, the internal invisibility would also instantly form a ball to form an extremely powerful defense. It would wrap its owner up and leave through the air. This was originally Mu Jie's last trump card. But when the reverse soul whip hit his divine sense and soul, he instantly unleashed his killer move. Under the impact of the explosion, the gored little King Kong's entire body was completely deformed, almost turning into a pile of scrap iron. Although the reverse soul whip was in good shape, it lost all its light and stabbed into the body. Ka, creak, creak. The calabash little King Kong's body kept making sounds. It was the memory origin gold at work, and it was gradually returning to its original state. However, the green spots on his body were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed to have affected his physique, and the restoration was very slow. Everyone, let's attack together. Who can stop him when he recovers? Duanmucang was shocked. Just now, Mu Jie's self-detonation was earth-shattering, and in addition to the ice fiend heart flame and her near-undying body, it made everyone extremely apprehensive. Normal attacks are useless against him, said the Dark North Primordial Sea. Everyone, show us your trump cards. Suddenly, there was a loud chi sound. It was deep and steady, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Everyone's expression changed as they looked around vigilantly. After taking a hit from the reverse soul whip, Beifeng Nan had been in a daze. Over the past 100,000 years, he had consumed a great deal of his soul power. It was difficult for him to withstand the power of a single whip. However, at this moment, his body trembled, and his murky eyes revealed a glimmer of light, as if he had recovered his consciousness. Swish! There was another sound, and the sky trembled again, as if someone was slowly walking forward. What's going on? What is it? The Dark North Yuan Ocean was also extremely shocked and had an inexplicable feeling of fear. Haha! You're finally out? My precious. Although the gored little King Kong's body was still a pile of scrap iron and his recovery was extremely slow, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes constantly shining. All of a sudden, in the group of altars below, the small star domain under the black tortoise star domain glowed brightly, and dozens of light pillars directly shot into the sky. As the green light flickered, the rays of light that shot out from the altar gathered in the sky and turned into a huge green bull shadow that covered the sky. The head of the green bull was like a precipitous mountain. Its eyes twinkled like stars, and its 2 giant horns were like iron towers with sharp teeth. Under the stars, the light shadow was 10,000 feet long and 8,000 feet tall from its hooves to its back. It was a giant that stood tall. Everyone was instantly petrified. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a sound. They all looked at the green bull in a daze. With a bang, an arm returned to the gored little King Kong's body. It pulled out the reverse soul whip from its body and waved it in the air. A silver rune appeared and disappeared in a flash. The green bull let out a long moo, and its body began to shrink slowly. In the end, it turned into the size of an ordinary water buffalo, and its light was completely retracted. Only then did everyone see clearly that this bull wasn't a real bull, but an iron puppet. However, its eyes were full of intelligence, and it should have been refined into a brutal soul. This puppet swan and Wuxia was shocked. Her eyes flickered with fear, and her body couldn't help but tremble. This is Xianxia. This is the divine phoenix. What's a divine phoenix? The Dark North Primordial Sea asked in shock. The aura of the Iron Bull suppressed everyone present, causing their expressions to change. Wuxia's throat gurgled a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. She only stared at the green Iron Bull with despair in her eyes. With a heavy expression, Beifeng then let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he said, "This is the leader of the heroes of Borderline Mountain, the master of the Black Tortoise Star Palace, Lord Lingmu Di's pet, the heaven-patrolling bulldog.